thing going is just there's a lot to it. There is a lot to it, but it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's enjoyable. It's enjoyable to some extent. So here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
What? What is...
For Christ before Jesus.
No, hey, Daddy's talking.
With your host,
Okay, well, say hi to your mom for me, so...
Jaron Wingo.
No, it's not a thing.
So sit back, tap the screen, and get your mythicism on.
Just to feel alive again. Pushing forward.
What is going on, everybody? Nice to see you. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Welcome in. Welcome in. We've got people over on YouTube, also known as the CBJ Cesspool. Then over on TikTok, it's flying off the handle over there as well. Well, to some extent, it's moving. It's moving. All right, it's moving. Let's see here. We got currently right now we got a few people over there on YouTube, and we've got 50 and climbing over there on TikTok. So hopefully some people are able to join, request up, and give us evidence as to why Jesus or Paul existed. Because that's the point. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago, just walked about in Judea, come on up. Come on up. I want to hear from you. Welcome in. Talking Jesus, talking Paul. If you're over on YouTube and you're like, hey, I want to talk to this guy about this, well, do not fret. There is a way you can. And that is over on TikTok. I understand that you might not like TikTok, coming from YouTube. But again, don't worry. It's just for the purpose of, having a conversation. You can download the app. You can hop up here, request up. The request button should be about here or down there if you're on TikTok. Just come on over and we'll have a conversation. I think that somebody was already requesting up. Let me see. I'm not sure. Looks like there might be someone at least. Someone. Hopefully a good conversation. What is going on? Let's see. Ahmed, is that how you pronounce
what's
it?
up?
Ahmed?
How are you?
Hey, how's it going? What you got, man?
Good. So we actually spoke like a little over a year ago, and we had like a 30-minute conversation. It was really it was a really respectful conversation.
Okay.
I do remember it. And so today wasn't really a debate. I just really wanted to know your opinion on something because of how educated you are on what do you feel about, and I know obviously I think Jesus existed because I'm a Muslim, but about how Muhammad came to be and how he wrote, because I think obviously you believe he wrote the book and it wasn't from God. About how
I
it's
don't
so
think he wrote
similar.
the book.
Oh, so that's
I
what
think
I wanna know.
I think
wanna
his
know
name
your
is
idea.
attached to it because he's like the leader of the area. I mean, he's a real dude, but I don't think he had anything to do with the writing of the book. I mean, he could have, but I don't think he did.
But what do you?
I think
how
it's
do you
kind of
about the
like
book?
Trump's big beautiful bill. He didn't write a word of it. I don't even think he's fucking literate. But the point is, well, he is to some extent. We've seen his tweets, but nevertheless, I feel like he gets his name attached to it because he's the leader, the person who's kind of like commissioning, if you will, or like sponsoring or whatever, or pushing for that. I mean, it's possible that Muhammad had something to do with it, but like physically, like writing or something like
So
that. But I wouldn't.
you
I
don't
wouldn't think
really
so.
know where the Quran came from, if you don't think he's the one.
Oh
who
no, I
authored
mean
it?
we know that there's at least 3 authors within it, and a good portion of it, about a third of the surahs, that amounts to a little more than 50% of the content, comes from prior Christian material. This is stuff that is going to include like the parable of the 7 sleepers. It's going to include sections that are definitively pulled from the infancy gospel of Thomas. So I mean, it's very clearly an offshoot of Christianity.
But what's the issue with that? Because Islam claims to just be the extension and the revival of the original Christianity that came forth. So it's not coming with a new law. It's just reviving the law that became corrupted over time.
That doesn't have anything to do with what I said.
You said that it has parts directly from the Bible.
No, the two things that I mentioned weren't even in the Bible.
So
I didn't
you're
say the
saying
Bible
that,
at all.
like,
I haven't said
do
the
you
Bible
know,
at
like,
all this entire time.
so are you aware? Or do you decline the fact that the Quran was an oral tradition until Muhammad passed and then it was written down?
I mean, regardless, it doesn't make any difference. What I
Because
just
a
said has
book
nothing
that's
to
like,
do with what you just said.
I just want to understand your idea of like, so like I'm looking at a book that was preserved for 1400 years. Like, I want to know what you think of that, where it's like it's a holy, or you don't think it's a holy book. Like, it's just weird. You don't like, you're not really saying where these miracles in it come from. You don't think there are miracles.
What do you
I
mean
understand that.
miracles? Again, you asked me a question, I answered it, and then you started talking about things that were peripheral to what I said, but
Okay, what were
I
you
haven't
talking about
really
with
said
with the
anything.
Bible, the Quran?
I didn't
coming
say
from the Bible?
anything from the Bible. I didn't say the word Bible at all.
You said gospel. Okay, gospel. Go ahead.
An infancy gospel? Yeah, that's not in the Bible.
So what is an infancy gospel?
So an infancy gospel is a later like Christian apocryphal work where they're talking about like Jesus growing up, like what he did as a kid.
hmm
That's
And you're saying that's what's mentioned in the Quran? Like, is that
yeah,
what
that's
you're
where the infancy gospel of Thomas, a specific gospel that comes out in about the 4th century or so, is where they're getting the information from. Because the Quran shows up about the middle of the 600s or so, but you get information that's in there from the middle of the 300s, about 300 years prior. And this is information from the infancy gospel of Thomas, where Jesus like makes birds out of clay and shit like that. So I mean, it's obvious that it's like a offshoot of Christianity. I mean, that's whatever. But the actual text itself, we can see that there's a minimum of 3 authors, and one of those authors or one of those author prints is very clearly just all the information from that's associated with like the Christians. You know, Old Testament material, New Testament material. It's all coming up under that particular author print. So this would
And
be
so
indicative of either somebody. I don't think this would be the case, but it's possible that whenever like they wrote the Quran, one guy was like, "Let's put in shit from the Bible." I don't think so. I think it's more just there's older material that it's pulling from, either some kind of a almost like this might be lost on you as an example, but like maybe I don't know, but like whenever pastors or preachers or like Sunday school teachers within Christianity or Protestantism or whatever, whenever they like plan for like a sermon or plan for like a lesson to teach, they'll like write things out, and so they'll talk about the Bible, but they'll also give like their own commentary on it, if that makes sense. An imam would do the same kind of thing with the Quran, like they give a commentary on
no,
how to
no,
do
but
it.
yes,
But
no.
I mean, yeah, there's going to be
Imams
like
aren't
some
allowed to do
commentary.
that. Like they're allowed to like explain the verse, but they never
Yeah.
like yes.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's an
Okay.
explanation, it's a commentary, it's talking about it,
Okay.
like, regardless of how you view it. But nevertheless, it was likely something to do with like a commentary or like a lesson plan, if you will, of Christianity or of Jesus that involves some of this material, like the parable of the 7 sleepers, which shows up about 4th, 5th century, and the infancy gospel of Thomas, which shows up in the 4th century, as well as other material as well, you know, like from the New Testament and shit
So
like that.
which one of those gospels, since you're saying like it could pull from there, which one of those gospels doesn't claim Jesus' divinity and he just is just a prophet of God? Because that's obviously what the Quran teaches. So where
Right.
does that? Where do
Well,
you think they
the
pulled that?
actual. So I'm not actually talking about like how they view Jesus. Like their actual theology, I don't give a shit about. Like I'm not. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. It has to do with whether or not we can see different author prints within it. So either a Muslim person who is, or you know, someone who's building the Quran, I guess you could call that a Muslim person, sure. But yeah, a Muslim person is either they are using prior material and translating it into Arabic for the purpose of adding it into the Quran, or maybe it was already translated into Arabic and then they just said let's use what's already around, or it's something that they're translating directly. So but it's still pulling from someone else. It's still somebody who is directly talking about this information, and their material is being used in about 33% of the surahs. The material that's not doesn't have anything to do with that author print is the material that's more specific to Muhammad, which would be more your theology coming from Muhammad directly, or well, his teachings, you know, or supposed
You
teachings.
like have you found personally? I'm just wondering, like genuinely, if or you believe you found like contradictions within the Quran that haven't been debunked yet. I'm just like that's genuine, just a question. It's not like a trap. I'm wondering.
I mean, that's kind of, again, peripheral to what we're talking about. But as far as contradictions go, I mean, they're, what do you mean like within
'Cause I
the,
feel like if I
text
asked
itself
you-
or something?
Yes, the text itself, just the book, not the hadiths, not anything else, just the
Like
book
a
itself.
contradiction with itself?
Within itself, the same way the Bible contradicts itself
Oh,
plenty.
well, I mean, at a certain point, I mean, the Quran is a little different because you can tell that it's very clearly from one particular group's, and not a very big group either, but a small group of people coming together to write this material. And when you have fewer people coming together, you can generally vibe a lot more. You can actually find the point or the message. You can be on the same page quite a bit more than if you have a bunch of writers. The New Testament is just chock filled with a whole bunch of, or chock full of a bunch of writers just initially, and then you have later edits on top of that show up. The Old Testament it's similar in the regard that it's going to have some edits, it's going to have some later additions, but even just the initial like writings themselves are definitely taken from multiple people coming together to write about their particular sect of Judaism's kind of past or history or traditions. So it's not going to like vibe all the time. It's not always going to line
I
up.
kind of get what you're saying. You're saying that the Bible is like has more evident contradictions due to like the time span of the New Testament. Of the
Not
different
only the
authors.
time span, but the amount of people that are involved.
Yeah,
For the
the
Quran,
amount of authors and through like
Yeah.
different lifetimes.
for the Quran, you don't see that as much. There's not
Well,
as
because
a
the Quran
longer
was finished before he
timeline.
died, and it wasn't written down. It was like that's what I don't understand on your side, because like historically the Quran was written down after Muhammad died, but orally it was finished while he was alive.
No,
Like,
there's no
that's-
evidence of that. There's no evidence of that. But that being said, I mean, the actual material itself, we actually have some evidence that it was either finished, at least in pieces, prior to his death or at least during his life or somewhere around there. That being said, the material that it's pulling from was definitely before him. Like the Parable of the
Yes, yes.
Seven Sleepers was definitely before him. And not in just an oral form. The Parable of the Seven Sleepers was a written document. The Infancy Gospel of Thomas is definitely written down, as well as, of course, the New Testament, which a lot of the material is coming from, anyways, or the Old Testament. Predates by hundreds of years. But that being said, the theology itself, you could say, like those theological ideas, some of it may come from, or a lot of it may come from after his life, and it's fine, but pinning down the timing of it is sort of what we do, kind of. But we're seeing that it's about like early to mid 7th century, I would say, is when it starts showing up for the most part, what we can track. But other than that, the theology, theology is the theology.
Like, do you think due to it being transmitted initially orally, do you think that's why it's been preserved so properly? Like, because we have found
No.
Qurans like 1,200 years old. That's word to word, letter to letter, same exact.
Yeah,
book.
but we've also
I'm
found
just
some that
wondering-
aren't, so it doesn't really, I don't
No,
give a
no,
shit.
but the main
So, I
there's
mean-
some, but the main one is the same.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when you dismiss all the problems, there's no problems.
Because
That's how
all
that
the
works.
ones that the Muslim follows have stayed the same.
Yeah, okay. But whatever. But I mean, again, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Like the reason that the New Testament has preserved the way that it has, because we do see variants in it. Obviously, we see like spelling errors, and we see different variants within the thousands of manuscripts that we have over time that are just copies, and we see variants in Islam as well. And the Quran has variants. It's, you might say that, oh no, it's perfect, but sure, the Mormons do the same thing. And that's understandable because Islam is just desert Mormonism. But nevertheless, whenever we take a look at these copies that get passed down, the reason why they preserve their the gist of the story as well as they do is because of the amount of control that the religions have on their constituents or their people, their members. If in the form of for Christianity, it was not only potential violence, but it was also just limiting education. Like they said, hey, you can't read, So, and you definitely can't read what we have. We're not even going to teach you the language it's written in, and therefore you're not going to be able to actually like show up and start making alterations to it or questioning things and stuff like that. So it preserves for quite some time in that form. So, I mean, that's just kind of how it goes.
I mean, I don't know. I disagree because like not even like 300 or like a couple centuries after Islam, the golden age happened where they made universities. Like they were studying and still it wasn't.
I
Really
didn't say that
altered.
about Islam. I was talking about Christianity.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm gonna like I do have to go. Like, yes, like I agree. I just really wanted to know what your thoughts were about it was, but I feel like obviously you do know a lot more about Christianity than Islam. Like there were some things where you were just saying whatever. I'm not saying you were wrong, but you just didn't really go into it. So like I don't know.
Yeah,
I do
because
wish
it's
we could
not
have
really
more
what
of
we
it.
talk about. I mean, I know
I
what
know
we
that's what
talk about,
I'm
but what we analyze is we analyze like the amount of authors that we can find and potentially what we can learn from that as far as the timing of things go. We're not looking into it and saying, "Oh, hey, did Muhammad exist?" Because I mean, he did. We have contemporaries. We're not
And you
looking
believe
into it and
Jesus
say, "Hey,
never
what's
like
the
was a
theology?"
person?
Because I don't give a shit. Say what?
Mhm. I'm not gonna argue this because I'm genuinely wondering. You believe Jesus was never even like alive, let alone like
Correct.
divine. You just believe he
Yeah.
was never born.
Yeah, he never
Okay,
existed.
interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, the theology of it all doesn't really matter. I mean, because I mean, if Jesus never existed, then I mean, the theology of the Quran is that Jesus, exists, or at least part of the theology or part of the beliefs of the Quran is that he existed. I would disagree with that. So I mean, the theology I don't care about. When we take a look at the Quran, we're not going in there and being like, ha ha ha, it talks about Jesus, LOL. Like that's not. It's not how we approach it. We approach it to try to figure out, okay, like how many different author prints can we see? Can this help us try to figure out like when it was written? That kind of stuff. That's all that it is, really.
And I obviously don't expect you to just name them to me, but like you are able to like get these authors' names, or are you just saying there are
No,
three
the
authors
same
that
way
we
in
can
the Old
identify?
Testament or the New Testament, we don't have the authors' names for the vast majority of the text, but
Okay,
we can
no, I
still
was just
see that they
wondering 'cause,
exist.
like I wanted to know if you knew names or you were just saying like authors, as in you can credibly like see that there
No,
was some different
no,
authors. Okay.
because I mean
Okay.
it's the same way as like Matthew. Like I have no idea who wrote Matthew. We have no idea who wrote Genesis. We have no idea who writes these different chapters and whatnot of Genesis or different pieces of the Pauline epistles. Same way we don't know the exact three authors there for the Quran, but we could technically maybe see where some of their source material comes from or something. Like we might be able to find like potentially the author of the like say the parable of the seven sleepers or something, but that wouldn't get you to the Quranic author of it or where they're pulling from. That would just kind of
Okay.
answer like where they're getting their influence from. But yeah, so we don't really know. And a lot of that's because of the fact that the Quran is actually one of the earliest evidences of or earliest examples of Arabic writing. The same thing goes for the Old Testament. The Tanakh and the Torah is actually some of the earliest writing that we have. Like, do we have some like Paleo Hebrew before? Sure. Do we have some things in Hebrew? Yeah. Do we have some things in Arabic? Yeah. But it's few and far between for the examples. So it's not. It's tough to be able to say, hey, let's run this giant ass surah versus this little trinket we found in Arabic. We're not going to be able to figure that out, even if we did know who wrote that that trinket writing. So it's different. It's different.
Well, I'll let somebody who wants to like directly answer your prompt up. Thank you for being respectful. Like I know we don't agree, but I do appreciate that we could have a respectful conversation about it.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks for coming up, man. Thanks. All right. That was Ahmed, everybody. Ahmed. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but Ahmed. I mean, the last name looked French or something like that. I don't know. So I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. Do I have a sound? Yeah, here I'm probably going to get a nice little copyright strike from this or something like that, but who gives a shit? Let me see. Where is it? Okay. Oh, oui, oui. My name is Ahmed. He didn't sound like that. I don't know why I'm saying that. Anyways, if you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. If we have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. If you have any evidence, the request button should be right there or right there if you're on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hop over on TikTok. That's how I take guests. You can come up and give the evidence for Jesus or Paul, and we'll get into it. Let me actually quickly take a look. Let me see. I might have... Is there someone? Yeah, there's someone who's requested. And again, if you get in the line, don't worry. Sit there. I promise you, I will get to you as long as you are somebody who is, sincerely coming up and has, some evidence for Jesus or Paul. Just sit there. I will get to you. What is going on, Amaro?
You never heard about that name?
No.
Brother, am I reading this right? Jesus and Paul never existed?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Prove
Yes,
us
those
wrong.
5 words. Yes, you got those right.
Look, that would be crazy, wouldn't it? There are more than 4 billion people believing in Jesus. You're just saying.
Okay. 20 million people think that Joseph Smith was a true prophet who translated golden tablets made out of reformed Egyptian, which is a language that nobody has any evidence for. So, I mean, I don't give a shit. What's your evidence
know
that they
what?
existed?
In order to talk about this subject, you have to be objective. So you
Okay.
can't be a Christian
Okay.
and you can't be a Muslim also, right?
Okay.
Okay. So what is important right now to prove that Jesus was a true character?
What is important? Are you
Yes.
rephrase your question?
Look, it's not my main language. I
Not a
speak,
problem. I'm just asking you to
1,000
rephrase the question because I didn't understand what you were asking.
Okay, to look at this, look at your statement objectively, like objective.
You okay?
Okay, so we need source outside Christianity and Muslims, right?
Okay.
Okay, so there are historians, there are senators out
Okay.
of Roman Empire. They are claiming, and they lived 20 years after the crucifixion, my man.
20 years. They lived 20 years after the crucifixion.
Yeah, 20 years is nothing. So,
Really?
so you think?
And were they writing
Yes.
20 years later, or did they just start living 20 years later?
Well, they were. Some of them were born 20 years later. Like,
So yeah, 20 years is nothing whenever like a baby's born and stuff like that. And you're like, oh man, it's because as we all know, as soon as a baby is born, they immediately gain all the knowledge of things that happened 20 years prior. That's that's normal for babies.
yeah, but come on, man. There are reports. They are literally talking about the crucifixion, and they are not denying it. And you know what? Look, I'm skeptical also. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Christian, right? I'm agnostic. I do believe in God, but I'm not, choosing any sides. And I'm researching right now. So the first thing what I did was, I was looking at, did Muhammad really existed? Did Jesus really existed? But when you are looking objectively, and I have to put my money, it's almost a historical fact that he was crucified. When
It's
you look at-
almost a historical fact that he was crucified.
yeah, it sounds a little bit
Okay.
strange because I'm still a little bit, I'm still a little bit, I'm doubting a little bit. But when I look at the, let me see. Wait a minute, 1 second.
Yeah,
second.
what
I wrote
what
it
you
down.
got for us? What you got for? Are you gonna dig it up?
Well, actually, today I was searching it up, and
Well, go dig it up. Give us the example. I'll give you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
okay, let's see. What the hell is that? You put up some music?
I think that's coming from your side, man.
No, it's not. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm almost there.
All right. So, what do you got for us?
Man, what have I done? I ruined it. I should just do my homework first before I could convince you that Jesus was a real. But yeah, you know
Do
what?
you make a habit
have
out
you
of
ever
not
heard about-
studying before you come to class?
No. So have you ever heard about Josephus and Tacitus?
Josephus.
Yes.
Would he happen to be in my book of Josephus?
Oh, that's amazing, my man. That's amazing, man. So you need to read it, right? You haven't read it, right? Still. Okay, did you read it?
I've read a good portion of this. I mean, it's a tome. I mean, this whole thing, and this is the collection of all of his works, though. I mean, which one did
Okay.
you want me to read? Did you want me to read Against Apion, Vita? Did you want me
Yes,
to read
exactly.
Wars of
No-
the Jews? Did
Okay,
you want
you
me to
know what?
read Antiquities of the
give me your
Jews?
side. Give me your side of the story. So why do you think that Jesus and Paul never existed? Why do you think?
Because their stories do not line up with geography, archaeology, and contemporaries of the time, or the theology of the Jewish people.
So what do you want to find out with archaeology? Because that's really long time ago.
Yeah, that's what archaeology is. It studies
Yeah.
like old artifacts.
But they never found something about Jesus, right?
Correct.
Like the shroud of, how do you call it, of Turin.
Uh-huh.
So that's fake because it was carbon dated not that long time ago.
Right. So are you arguing for me or against me?
Well, no. I'm trying to understand your position. So when
By
you say-
giving me more ammunition?
yeah, no. Look, you're saying that archaeologically they couldn't find anything about Jesus, but we're talking about more than.
I'm not just
you
talking
know-
about for Jesus. I mean, the problem is the fact that even some of the places that he goes to there in the New Testament are archaeologically things that are later on, that they're not there during the 30s or the 20s.
Yeah, so they are right now arguing about also the Ark of Noah, that they found something.
Okay. So that's not quite what we're talking about here. We're talking about Jesus. Let's keep it in the New Testament, not literally the furthest you can get from the New Testament in the Bible.
Okay, so you heard about Tacitus also? Tacitus, what's his name? This senator? He was a historian of-
Tacitus.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he was also after the crucifixion. I think it was 30
Who is this?
years after the.
Who are you talking about now?
That's Tacitus. He was born
Tacitus.
also 30. Yes.
Tacitus. Yeah. That's how you pronounce
he
it in
was
Latin.
also-
is Tacitus.
Yeah. So he was also born short after the crucifixion, and he never denied it. In fact,
And
he also said that.
now he was born. What'd you say? 20 years later? Is that correct?
I think between 20 and 30 years, because the crucifixion was, I think, 33 AD.
Okay, so he was born about 22 years later, and naturally, as we already established, babies automatically gain all kinds of knowledge about their surrounding areas 20 years prior. Yeah. It's part of like being welcomed into the world. First, they cut the umbilical cord. The doctor kind of smacks you or spanks you to make you start crying and everything like that to show that you're breathing. And then your brain just, it's brain time. And they immediately just get all the knowledge from 2 decades before. That's how it works. I've
So-
actually been in the delivery room, and it's really cool to see like the brains inflate. It's really cool.
Ah, come on, man. I mean, 20 years is not that long time ago. You can't deny that. You
Yeah,
can't
right.
say,
Exactly. That's why when I was born, I immediately knew all the Cyndi Lauper songs. Like that
okay,
was
so what about Michael Jackson? How long
exactly.
ago?
Yeah,
did-
Michael Jackson, Cyndi Lauper. You know.
Yeah, so when did he died? It wasn't that long time ago, and so we know everything about Michael Jackson. Okay, right now we have cameras, we have the songs. Okay, it's more easy, but in that time we didn't have it.
Right.
Yeah,
so
so
I mean,
it
we might
was-
as well
it
just
was-
wait a couple of years and then ask a baby who's born.
I think you underestimate one subject.
Babies?
No,
Oh,
so long time ago, in the time of Muhammad and Jesus and all these characters, they didn't really had.
they weren't even
writing
remotely
culture.
close to the same time. Jesus and Muhammad
no.
were about like what did it
Yes,
say?
yes,
About
that was,
600 years apart.
600 years ago. Yes, 600. Yeah. No, you did your homework. It's
I
good.
mean, that's more
But
than
they-
double the amount of time that America has been around. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they had a memorizing culture, right? So
Sure,
that was
yeah.
yes, of course, they had memorizing culture, and you know what? If you made one mistake with your language, that was
Then
really
they just off you. Like,
yes,
that's,
no,
yeah,
they,
that's how they did.
They did it on a live view, but don't. Come on, man. Don't, it's just okay. You know what? I don't think that I can convince you, but I will do my homework and I will come back. I
Yes,
promise you.
come
But,
back, come back, and we'll talk about
and maybe
Tacitus.
you will get
come
to
back.
Christ
Yes.
or Muhammad. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Probably. I don't even really know what
So
you're
my
talking about.
last
But,
question to you: do you
oh,
believe
you got
in
another
God?
one. I believe in God. Believe in God.
Yes.
Look, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to answer this guy's question.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah, so you do believe. All right. Big Ben, and he came down. Oh, he. Okay. Thank you. This guy.
So, anyways, that's
it a yes or a
exactly
no?
why I would say that God is what I just said.
No. Just say yes or no. That's enough.
Oh, did you not hear that? Did it cut out or something?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Well, we'll talk to you later. Just come back up whenever you've done your homework. Next person up is IAM. IAM. Or I am, I guess?
It's pronounced I am.
Oh, okay. Well, the first word, I, is spelled like I, like an eyeball. And then it's a dot. And then you put AM all caps. I isn't even in
That's
all
all
caps.
They wouldn't let me make it how I wanted to, so it reads, properly. So it's because they forced me to pick a
Who is they?
name.
This like
TikTok.
shadow organization? Oh, it's just TikTok?
What do
Oracle?
you think I'm talking about?
I don't know. I have no idea. All right. So, what do you got there for us, I am?
I don't know why I got invited because I don't believe in Jesus, so I don't know why I'm on. Like someone invited me to the panel. I was talking against the Bible, so I'm not sure.
Oh, well, you must have said something that kind of tipped off a mod to think this person needs to go up there and talk.
I said only thing I said recently was Jesus never died on the cross in the Bible. In the Bible, in the book of John, Jesus never died on the cross. He told Mary to lie to the disciples and tell them that he ascended. She tried to touch him. He said, "Oh no, don't touch me, because I'm hurting right now. I just got off this motherfucking cross. Got off the cross." And he told Mary to tell the disciples, "I ascended," even though he hasn't ascended yet. That's all I was saying. I'm just pointing out the fallacies in the Bible. I mean, there's no point in proving Jesus existed if they can't even prove the Bible is even true. So, no point.
I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, very clearly in the other Gospels he dies, so I don't know. What are you talking
In the
about?
book of John, that's why the Bible is it doesn't make any sense. Because
Okay.
in the book of John, Mary
You know
came
what?
to
You know what?
Jesus.
I'm actually going to entertain this. I don't know what you're talking about, so let's go ahead and pull up the book of John really fast. So I'm guessing like John 19 or something, or John 20.
Let's start at John 16.
John, we're not starting all the way at John 16. That's insane. That's well before his
Oh,
crucifixion.
my bad. Sorry, my bad. John 20, verse 16.
Okay, whew. All right, man. I was like, you got to be kidding me, man. We're not reading like 3 chapters to get to his crucifixion. All right, John chapter 20. Here we go. John chapter 20. This is verse 16. Go on down here. Let's see. Okay, Jesus said to her, "Mary." She turned and said to him in Hebrew, "Rabboni," whatever, or rabbi, which means teacher. Jesus said to her, "Do not touch me, because I have not yet ascended to the Father, but go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." So what are we looking at here? Like what are you pointing out here?
Basically, Jesus told Mary to lie to the disciples and tell them that he ascended to his Father when he didn't ascend. He's
He
talking
says
to
he hasn't ascended.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He has not ascended. So he's basically telling Mary to lie to the disciples and tell them he did ascend, even though he didn't.
I am ascending. Like, what? I don't touch me yet, but go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father. So I haven't ascended yet, but you go tell them I'm going to do it. So like, what? That'd be like, hey, like, like say a mom's about to leave to go to the store or something like that, and the dad's in the backyard, and her kid walks up to her and says, "Oh, hey, can I read you this book?" And she's like, "No. I haven't gone to the store yet, but I'll let you read to me when I get back." tell your dad out in the back that I'm going to the store.
Which version are you reading? Because
The NRSVU, the version that is used in seminaries and universities. Which one did you want me to read?
1 second. There's a certain verse I was reading.
2 hours later.
Which just give me the version. Like, just tell me what version you want me to read, and I'll switch to that. Promise. Scout's honor. I wasn't in Scouts, but you're gonna have to take my word for it.
No, I can't. It's a specific verse. I'm trying to figure out.
Did we
sorry,
read the verse that you told me to read? Yeah,
No,
maybe
I
it's in
said
a different
I'm
version. Did you want me to try the Message?
Or King James. Try King James.
King James. Okay, yeah, we're taking it back. A classic. Do I have a sound for the King James? Let me see if I've got a sound for that. Yeah, there it is. All right, we're going to the King James version. This is John 20. King James version. And for all you people out there who are new to Christianity, bring it. I understand that when you see King James, you're thinking LeBron. Well, first of all, he's not the king. That's Michael Jordan. Maybe even Kobe. Number 2, this is a different guy. So just lock in. Trust me. It's not going to talk about basketball. All right, let's see. John 20, verse 16. Jesus saith unto her, Mary. She turned herself and saith unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master. Jesus saith unto her, touch me not. That's okay. Come on, like that's a funny way of talking, right? All right. Anyways, sorry. It's King James. Whatever. Anyways, so for I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren and say to them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God. So in other words, he's saying, don't touch me now because I haven't done it yet, but go and tell them I'm about to do it. I don't understand. What's the
point is he's supposed to be dead and he's not.
What are you talking about? He's resurrected.
This is before the resurrection.
What do you mean before the resurrection? The hell are you talking about? We were right here in verse. What are you talking about? They've already gone ahead. This is when he raises from the dead. The first day of the week cometh Mary Magdalene. It's still dark. Seeth the sepulchre. Let's see. It says Simon Peter. They have taken the Lord out of the sepulchre. Don't know where to lay him because she saw that. Oh yeah, there we go. See, the stone had been taken away. Peter went forth. Came to the sepulchre, both ran together, blah, 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 blah. They're running down, saw the linen clothes lying. They went not in. Simon Peter following him, went to the sepulchre. The linen clothes are lying there. There's a napkin that was about his head, which, by the way, shows that the Shroud of Turin is bullshit because that's supposed to all be one thing. Even very clearly in John, it's two different things.
I see what I did wrong. This is a wrong book. It's a different book. I'm going to have to get back to you on this.
What did you want me to read from? Did you mean to pull up the King James version of the Quran?
No, I meant to use the Bible, but I think I got the book mixed up because it's a certain way that the book is set up to where it doesn't make any sense. It's written as if.
I mean,
came to Mary
if we're
before the
being
resurrection.
honest, none of this makes any sense. But I mean,
I'm just
as
not
far as
explaining it.
chronological
I'm just
sense,
not explaining
sure.
that well. I'm just not explaining that well. Yeah. I mean, the whole point is the Bible is not true. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
There's more to
yeah, yeah, because it's a mythology. It's fake. It's fiction, historical fiction at best. It's not real. But I mean, you already know that. So I mean, it's
Yeah, of course. That's why I was
No, I
like,
mean-
I don't even know why I'm coming up here. I mean, I basically got brought up here just so you can humiliate me. But
well,
I mean,
well, it's
that's
not
cool.
really humiliating. I was interested in seeing what you had to say, but I don't.
I mean, you were kind of making You were kind of.
I was picking fun because I knew that this wasn't really gonna go the way that you thought it would go, and then we saw exactly that. I mean, did you find it? Okay, look, you know what? I will take it all back if you tell me right now that you meant to go to that specific verse.
Yeah, I did. I did meant to. I meant to go to that verse, like that context. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the verse I meant to go to. I'm not sure if it was the correct book because you know how there's books that tell
Then,
the same
if it's
story
not the
from a
right book,
different
then it's not the right verse.
perspective. I meant the context. The context
Oh, the
of
right
that verse.
section, but in a different book. So not the right verse.
Yeah, not the right verse.
Right. Okay.
That's my fault.
I mean, I am
know.
interested. I'm still interested in hearing what you're getting at. So if you can, I'm going to move to the next guest. Find the right verse and let me know what it is. Even if you got to send me in a DM, just let me know what it is because I'm interested in hearing what you have to say. Because look, hey, look, if it's more info that I can give people about the non-existence of Jesus, then I'm gonna give it. But nevertheless, you know, if it's not there, I don't want to lie to people or something like that. You know what I mean?
No, I understand. Yeah, I just wasn't able to explain this correctly because I'm not used to like speaking on platforms like this. I'm not a good speaker, so yeah. I was
You're
just
doing
not-
fine, man. Doing fine. Doing fine. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming up. I want to get to some other guests, but yes, if you're able to find what you were looking for, let me know. But thank you.
Okay.
All right. All right. That was I Am, everybody. I Am. All right. Next person up is Apple 55.
Yeah, hello. No, you can. It's just APL, but yeah, you can call me Apple. It's fine.
Well, I mean, I don't
So
want to
I
call
just-
you like by like something that's going to offend you. What do you want me to call you by?
Nah, it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you.
All right,
APL,
Apple
just
55 it
yeah,
is. What's going on?
Apple, yeah. Just wanted to, because it's an interesting take when it comes to the historical Jesus, because he's the most attested character in history. And I just wanted to know regarding like the crucifixion, like what metric do you uphold to about like testing that the crucifixion didn't happen? Because anywhere we hear of Christ, we also speak of a crucifixion. When it comes to resurrection, that goes more into the theological aspect of things. So we don't really need to discuss whether he was resurrected or not, but just regarding about whether. Because if he didn't exist, the historical Jesus also didn't have a crucifixion. So what would be your metric to conclude that he didn't have a crucifixion?
He didn't exist? It's kind of hard to kill someone who doesn't exist.
No, because you're saying that because you're saying that Christ didn't exist, that would mean that he also didn't have a crucifixion. So you need to attest as to why this would be something that if anyone in the first, or just go even conservative, just go 2nd century, would make up that someone that is their Lord and Savior, as their Messiah, was crucified under Pontius Pilate. So we have to now constitute as to why that would be something that the earliest followers of this Jesus character would make up.
Because it's just part of a story. I mean, why did the followers of Orion say that he got his dick ripped off?
But you wouldn't make up a story like that, especially from someone that would make
Why
it
would you
up.
make up a story about your God getting his dick ripped off?
Again, but that goes into what other attributes does that person have. I don't know about this individual, but what I'm saying is when
Orion?
it comes to I don't know. The
He has a
nature of this
dick,
person.
and it got ripped off.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
that sounds pretty
what would-
embarrassing, right?
yes, but there
Yeah.
could be other.
So why did they
attributes
come up
from
with that
this
story if
individ-
it wasn't
from
true?
That could be an attribute from that person that I don't know anything about, so I can't attest as to why
He
they
has
would
a
make that up.
detachable dick?
You're speaking about something that I don't know about.
Yeah, I
Let's
know,
go
and
with the
I'm trying to.
crucifixion, but
That's
let's go
called
with,
education.
yes.
Do you normally
No,
go
we
in
have-
some place where you don't know something and you're like, hey, because you're talking about something I don't know, stop telling me about it? What are you talking
No,
about?
it's
No,
not
I'm
that.
telling you right now that at the same time as the story of Jesus and stuff like that, there were people who ran around talking about the Greek gods doing
Yeah.
all kinds of things or having all kinds of things done to them that were embarrassing and not too flattering. There's even the concept of dying and rising. If we're talking about Jesus dying, it's not too embarrassing.
No, but it really is, because
Not
even
really.
we know from no, but we know from the historical narrative as well. When we look at the Alexamenos Graffito, we know that the earliest Christians were severely mocked for believing.
No, there's no
believing in the
evidence
crucified
whatsoever
God.
that that's even Jesus. Some scholars actually maintain that that's the face of a jackal, not a donkey, and it never says anything about Jesus Christ or Christians, and doesn't actually say that he's being mocked. Why would they randomly choose the story
would
of
you-
him riding a
there's-
donkey and say that that's his face?
No, there's a man being crucified with a donkey's head.
No, there's no evidence whatsoever that it's actually a crucifixion. The Alexamenos Graffito not only dates to the 3rd century. The Alexamenos Graffito.
Be in denial. Wait.
No, I'm not going to be in denial. I'm going to teach you, yet again, more education about something that you don't know. I understand that you don't like that idea. You've already made that very clear earlier. But nevertheless, this is how this life's going to go now. The Alexamenos Graffito dates to about the 3rd century. Even if it dated to the 2nd, who gives a shit? But nevertheless, in the 3rd century, we get the Alexamenos Graffito, and it depicts someone worshiping someone else. And the head on the thing that is apparently being worshipped it kind of looks like a donkey or a horse. Some scholars have said it's the face of a jackal. It has its arms like this, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's crucified. There's a whole bunch of cracks and everything like that all over the graffito in the rock that it's on, so we don't know if it's really supposed to be a cross. Not to mention the term that is actually used in the Greek for the cross is stauros, which means torture stake is actually more common because a cross beam or like a horizontal beam on a cross is actually a pretty uncommon way to crucify back then. Normally it would be hands above the head. The Jehovah's Witness actually kind of got it right. Nevertheless, if this is the case, there's no indication that that's actually Jesus or anything like that. None whatsoever. The face of a donkey doesn't really make a lot of sense. Why did they like highlight that part of the story?
You said history. You said historians said that. So which historians are you speaking of?
Which ones?
You mentioned it. You said historians said that the head could be seen as a jackal. You said so. What historian said that? Show me the evidence. That
Yep,
they
not
mentioned
a
that.
problem.
Because I
Let
can
me
show
go
you
ahead
the
and look.
evidence, but I can show you the most evidence for the contrary.
I mean,
Because
there's
when you look
no.
at-
You can't
when
show
you
me
look
any
at
evidence that
when
any
you
scholars
look
take
at
a look at this and say it's definitively Jesus because it doesn't say Jesus.
Why was it instantly concluded that that the person character that they were mocking on that graffito was Jesus? It was historically acclaimed that is Jesus.
There is
Because it's a man being crucified.
literally
It's a
nothing
man
there.
being crucified
No,
with a
it doesn't
donkey's
say
head.
anything about
It's a man
crucifixion.
being
It doesn't say
crucified with a
anything
donkey's
about
head.
crucifixion. It doesn't say it's a donkey's
So-
head, and it doesn't say anything about Jesus Christ or Christian. So you're just kind of making shit up. I understand that scholars have an opinion of it, but what I'm saying is that they are torn as to
You're
whether or
bringing up
not it
scholars
is.
as well. Hold on a minute.
Yes,
You're bringing up scholars without having an opinion.
listen. What I am saying is that at the end of the day, there is nothing that we can actually conclude other than it is graffito from the 3rd century that depicts someone apparently worshiping a deity. There is no indication that this is definitively Jesus. That is what I am saying to you. I understand that what I'm talking about as far as like the like the jackal head is an opinion.
Yeah.
I get that. I'm not saying it's definitively a jackal. What I'm saying is that people have, even scholars, differing opinions as to what this is, which means it's not abundantly clear.
Okay, so would I have the? Could you say? Let me ask you a question now. So, could I have the right to come to the conclusion that when we look at this graffito, we're given the nature of it, the depiction of it, and what it states, we can, in good indication, to say that this is clearly mocking a god of someone believing that this person.
I don't know if it's mocking or not. We don't know. Because the Egyptian gods had different heads of different animals. If this is, in fact, the head of a jackal, it wouldn't be mocking at all.
In a crucified pattern form.
Again, as far as crucifixion goes, there's no cross there. It has its arms out like this. But that does not. Please listen. Please listen.
Wait, let me ask my question. You didn't let me finish my question.
All right.
Let me finish.
All right. Whenever you have brought up a point, I'm going to address that point before you move on. Okay. Again, listen. You brought up a point. I'm going to address that point. There's no indication that it's explicitly crucified because the term that is actually used in the Greek New Testament is stauros, which would mean more of a stake than anything else, which is why the Jehovah's Witness translate it to torture stake in their version of the book. I think it's like the New World or something like that. Yeah, New World Translation. So what my point is that there's no real indication or definitive proof that what they're talking about in the Alexamenos Graffito is a crucified deity. No indication of this. It doesn't say anything about crucifixion.
What I was gonna say is can we? Would it
The
be
19th century
would I-
scholar Charles King is the one who disputed whether or not it's a character of a Christian convert or an adoration of the jackal-headed god Anubis. That is Charles
can
William
we-
King.
Okay, I was gonna ask. So to finish off my question, would I be able to? Can I come to a good conclusion to say, well, that is depicting the Christian belief? Could I do that? In your opinion, when you look at
No.
when you look at the nature of the elect, so we would not have any right to say that could be also indicating a Christian belief.
No. Does it say the word Christian? Does it say the word cross? Does it say the word Jesus? Does it say the word Christ?
No.
Well, we can talk
that
about
doesn't-
it, and you can give your opinion, and I can show that other scholars have different opinions. It's just going to go nowhere.
There's no-
Let me go ahead and grant you that it's Jesus. That doesn't mean anything. It's from the 3rd century. We have other things from the 3rd century. Hell, we just found up in Turkey
course.
something that they say is Jesus. It doesn't really look like it, and there's no real indication that it is him. But nevertheless, we have things from the 3rd century. The earliest inscription of the word Jesus is found in Megiddo prison, where they had it transformed or changed later on into a church, and the mosaic on the floor has the word Jesus on it in Greek. Yeah, Jesus is God in Greek. But this dates to 239. So yeah, the 3rd century is rife with a bunch of Christians because the Jesus mythology shows up in the middle of the
course.
2nd. So okay, like.
No, I'm just because you have to. We have to conclude as to why someone would make this up. It's a case of where, because remember it's because of who they're declaring this person to be. Because we also have to establish that if you're going to make up a mythological character and gain attraction and followers to this person and make them worship this individual, you wouldn't start off by declaring that this person was crucified. With the most historical accounts we have,
Dying and rising gods were very common. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence that starting off with a story of a dying and rising god is somehow not something that people have done or would do because they've done it for thousands of years prior.
You have to first of all, you have to look at the first context of who the first individuals and followers were of Christ. There were these were Jewish people growing up in Jewish land.
There's no
in
evidence of
Israel.
that.
So
There's no evidence of that.
When we look at how
There's no evidence of that.
When we look at the expansion of
So
Christianity,
look,
it began
what
from
you're
Israel.
going to have to do is
So
you're
we
going to have to
to
give us evidence for the idea that the first followers of Jesus were actually Jews from that area. Where's the evidence that they even existed?
Okay, so I'll get to that. Let me just finish off my
Go,
point.
no,
I was speaking
no,
about
go ahead and
regarding-
go
regarding
ahead.
the impre-
No,
regarding
what,
the embarrassment.
what you're going to do is you're going to have to show me the evidence for that because you tried to use that as the evidence for the embarrassing thing. I still have yet to hear anything that's even remotely close to good evidence for why the embarrassing thing is somehow doing anything. The argument for embarrassment, or the embarrassment criterion, is criterion of embarrassment, I think is what it's called. It's a dumb argument because you're not taking into account other cults and other religions that had been around for thousands of years prior that had embarrassing things happen to their gods as well, and they didn't have any problem. So again, no, man. So please give me the evidence that the first followers of this Jesus person was someone there in the 1st century from Judea. Give me evidence of these people.
So wait, let me just finish off the point I was just about to make.
No, you're going to have to establish support.
Let me just finish up the point.
You made a point. You made a point. Back it up.
That's what the thing is. I'm ending the point, and then I'm going to say to you, I was backing up
okay.
I was midway through the point because because you was making statements as well, so I was letting you finish your point. Then I asked for the evidence. So
you know
I'm
what?
saying,
Fine.
let me
Go
just
ahead and finish your point, and then we will back up
Mhm.
and we will ask for more evidence for the people in Judea.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish your statement.
No, that's fine.
Go ahead.
So when I was talking about when it comes to the principles of embarrassment, we have to understand as to why they would want to make up that this person that they're trying to declare as their Lord and Savior, their God that they're worshiping and also declaring to worship, was crucified and was to free them from sins from someone that was suffered from a crucifixion. When we look at Rome, when we look at the history of crucifixion as a form of punishment, crucifixion was so embarrassing that Romans actually prohibited their own citizens from suffering from a crucifixion.
Okay.
So when we even look at that, you wouldn't just use that as the cause of why this person that is your Lord and Savior that's going to free you from sin,
Why
suffering
not?
from that very conform.
Why
You
not?
would have used many of it. You would have historically, there was many other ways you could have even you could have been, if you follow the accordance of the laws of Moses, you would stone someone to death. So there was many other forms of patterns you could have
Yeah,
used.
it's almost as if the
to-
Jews weren't
to-
behind the story that's being told. It's almost as if the people who are writing this aren't actually Jewish, which is going to go back to the evidence that I'm asking for.
Why then? Okay, that's perfect. So why would the Jews then say it was? Why
Again,
would
I'm
why would
asking
the
you
Jews-
for evidence
why-
that the
wait,
Jews
hold on,
actually said it.
Wait, why? Hold on, you spot upon. Why would the
It's
Jews-
almost
why would
as
the-
if
wait.
my point
You
that
just-
I
wait,
tried
wait,
to
hold on,
get you
just made a-
to
wait,
give
you
evidence
just made a
for.
great
Listen,
point.
no, okay.
Wait, you just made a great point.
Shut up. Shut it.
You just made a great
no,
point.
if you unmute again, you're going to be disconnected. Be quiet for like 10 seconds. God damn. Listen.
Wait, you just
No,
brought up a
okay.
good point. Let me,
Okay. I swear. Okay.
Wait, let me just mention.
You're gone. You can request back up if you understand how to have etiquette. When the host is asking you a question to actually supply the evidence, you need to bring it up. You need to give support for your claims that you're making. The reason for that is because you're going to make more dumb, shitty claims after that, building on top of that faulty foundation, and it's not going to get you anywhere. The reason I asked you for the evidence that people were actually in Judea talking about this in the first century is because I knew that eventually you would make claims building on top of that. And then you said, oh no, let me go back and finish my entire statement. I let you do it, and then immediately you did that. Immediately you started saying, oh hey, well, why would they pick crucifixion? Because that's not exactly what the Jews would have. Exactly my point. It's almost as if, A, this story didn't happen, and B, the first followers that started writing this story weren't actually Jews from Judea. I mean, the whole New Testament's written in Greek. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, it's almost as if me asking for supporting evidence was a really good idea. So anyways, that being said, please, for the love of Darwin, let's move on to somebody who can actually have a conversation. T-Rex, what's going on?
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
I appreciate what you do here. You put in a lot of work, and I don't have any evidence to contradict. I think I was invited up here to clarify on some
Okay.
drama in the chat, but
Oh.
really, it's just back and forth, and somebody missed one comment that I made and then thought I was a Christian, so I'm sure the dispute from there is...
Well, one of my
worth
mods
covering
says
on a
you
chat.
are mad at the chat.
I'm not angry. I type fast.
What? Why? What are you
just
doing?
Good stuff. Oh, I was just getting a rise out of Glitter because he misread Scribbles for Scribe and thought I was supporting the idea that your previous guest, I am, had some point about the proof of Jesus.
Okay.
And I absolutely don't support that. I
Oh.
support this live because you have your homework done. There's no context.
I tried to. I mean, that's the idea. But yeah, I think I've talked to you before. I'm pretty sure. I think I've even messaged you before. All right.
Yes, I do fuck with the mod and think it's going to be okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm
Well.
responding to the
Well.
chat.
Yeah. Don't. Just.
I don't care. They're just people.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there are people that I have specifically chosen to help with the chat and stuff. So I understand that if miscommunications get made, misunderstandings are sometimes done. I get that, but just please, just let's try to keep the peace here. Let's try to keep the peace. Let's try to keep the ire for the people like the last guest who doesn't know how to argue his way out of a wet paper bag. But thank you for coming up. Well, I guess you requested or you were invited up, but thank you for accepting it and kind of bringing it to my attention there. Okay, so do we have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? We are looking for evidence for Jesus or Paul. Evidence for Jesus or Paul. Come on up if you have any evidence. The request button on TikTok should be right about there or down there. If you're on YouTube, hop over to TikTok really quick. The username is Christ Before Jesus. I am very willing to talk to you if you have any conversations or if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul. Quick little, quick little shout out here. All right, shameless little promotion here. Christ Before Jesus is available. It is a book written by me and my co-author. We are data scientists who take a look at the earliest version of the Greek New Testament that we can find, like the Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, and we use something called stellometry to help back up our theory that the New Testament is actually written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. On YouTube and on TikTok, where we're both streaming right now, in the links there on the profile, We do have a link to the Amazon book. The ebook is just $3. There is a print version. There is an audiobook version on Audible, but the ebook is just $3. We are not trying to get rich off of this thing. If you want the information, if you want to read it and be like, oh, hey, this is where I disagree with you, you dumb piece of shit, then come up here and tell me where you disagree. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. All right, let's move on to somebody else who I believe has an argument for Jesus or Paul. I think. We'll find out. What is going on, Jay Shine?
Hey, what's going on, brother? I'd just like to step up here and agree with you.
Okay. Oh, you say agree with me? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I agree with you. That never happened.
Okay. All right. Keep going.
Jesus never existed. Never had Paul. But it's the Christian story that's been made up, I think, really just to mind control people, to keep them up under some type of submission. So they lose their own soul, to be honest. Because man has designed this religion thing. And I was listening at you telling him about the cutting off of his private.
Yeah.
That's something that came back through the ancient Egyptian, Ra and Isis and all those people. But I just want to step up here to agree with that. Jesus and Paul never existed.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, thanks for stepping up and kind of letting us know that there are more mythicists out there than people actually tend to realize. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Nice. All right, let's see here. Next person up is 31 score, I think. 31 score. So,
All right.
620?
Am I on?
Anyways, yes, you are live and on the air.
Nice. All right. Well, I don't disagree with your last comment. He agreed with you that they don't exist or something scientific. And I agree they've been used to bottle humanity into different boats and divide us so we fight against each other, the denominations. That's obvious, right? Don't disagree with that at all.
Okay.
But if you're willing to consider my personal experiences, I've had 3 spiritual encounters with Jesus. Are you open to hearing about them?
I mean, I don't... So, quick question. Do you believe that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago? Like, in Judea?
I wasn't there, but...
I didn't ask. I said, do you believe that...
Spiritually.
Yeah, and that's fine. But do you believe that they existed 2,000 years ago?
Here's the thing. There's believe and there's to know.
Okay. Well, I'm not asking if you know.
Because I never saw the virus through a microscope, nor had anybody else that locked down humanity seen.
Wait,
the
what?
actual
I didn't
COVID
hear.
virus.
Oh, well, that's dumb as shit. Okay, so anyways, before you say something else that's absolutely stupid, do you believe in the idea of Jesus existing 2,000 years ago? Do you think that actually happened?
I used to.
You used to. So what happened? Like, how did you stop? What happened to make you stop believing that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago, as presented in the New Testament?
Conversations like this, where you're presenting, did anyone photograph him? No. Did anyone meet him? No. He's a historical figure. That has been warped through time, definitely through 325 Nicaean conference and on.
What does the Council of Nicaea have anything to do
scriptures?
Well, that's not even remotely close to true, anyways. But what does the Council of Nicaea have to do with?
They started monkey wrenching the scriptures.
Yeah, no.
Well, they started monkey wrenching all the scriptures.
No, that's not even remotely close to true, man. You just kind of fallen down some kind of weird conspiratorial rabbit hole. But that being said, what does the Council of Nicaea have to do with anything we're talking about today?
Well, I think scripture's been changed over time.
Cool. What does that have to do with the Council of Nicaea?
I think they started it.
You think they started what?
Pulling stuff out and putting stuff in.
The Council of Nicaea didn't have anything to do with the Bible text. That's the Council of Trent.
Yeah, they canonized whatever they let in.
The Council of
And
Nicaea
they
didn't
took out
do
whatever
anything
they
over the
wanted.
canon. There were multiple canons by the end of the 2nd century. The first canon shows up in 144. Where are you getting the idea that the Council of Nicaea had anything to do with this? You've definitely fallen for some weird YouTube or TikTok video or something like that that is like a conspiratorial thing. I mean, you were already talking about all weird kind of conspiratorial bullshit earlier, so it's par for the course, I guess. But where are you getting the idea that Nicaea had anything to do with the books?
They definitely enveloped the canon.
No, they didn't have anything to do with the canon. The Council of Nicaea had everything to do with like the theology of like whether or not Jesus was divine or not. It was dealing with a concept called Arianism.
And the Trinity. Yeah.
Not really the
Anyways,
Trinity.
like, that
The
doesn't
Trinity
go
had
back-
already kind of sort of had roots earlier, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, you seem pretty well read.
Yes.
So this is my first time seeing you. I'm wondering why you think those two individuals were never like around in biological form.
Because
Would that
the
be right?
stories that talk about them do not line up with the 1st century. If you want to say that they did exist, you'd have to carve out something from that New Testament or from the Quran or from the Book of Mormon or whatever you want, carve out some Jesus or some Paul that you think existed. But then again, we don't have any evidence for whatever you're going to carve out for. That's the problem. So
Okay.
that's
you
the
think,
problem.
where did the idea of those two come from, in your opinion?
I mean, we see different pieces coming together in order to form the supernatural and natural stories of Jesus. Paul, I think the idea of Paul either came directly from Marcion himself, who's the first person to publish the Pauline epistles in 144, or possibly kind of leaning upon the writings of Seneca, who had been around prior in the middle of the 1st century. He has a whole bunch of moral epistles, about 127, that are addressed to fake people that are not actual letters, but you're meant to read them as a collection similar to Paul.
Yeah, it's interesting. So in a way, you're saying you can't prove them or disprove them. Like disproving them is just as hard as proving them, using the same criteria as letters on a page.
I mean, kind of, sort of. Like, we can take a look at these texts and we can determine whether or not there's something that are from one particular person or if they're from multiple people, that kind of thing. And that's what we see, is that the Marcionites, the followers of Marcion, would be responsible for the material.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems like you're holding a very quick conversation. You're a guy I think I'd love to burn a full cigar with to talk about this stuff more in depth. But no, I guess I don't have any proof that Jesus and Paul actually existed.
That's not a problem. Not a problem. I mean, obviously, I'm going to agree with that, but work on the other stuff. Work on that other weird conspiratorial shit. You got to be careful with that stuff. That's
Question
weird.
for you.
Yeah.
Question for you. You're a very data-driven guy, like looking at things like analytically and
Yeah.
historically. I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
Would you believe in spiritual encounters?
Nope.
In
See ya.
any form?
All right. If anybody else has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. Get up now. Move on up. All right. We got someone. Ooh, interesting. This is the Justice League, everybody. This is Justice League Netherlands. Is what you got? What you got, man?
You need to consider also the time 2,000 years ago. Paper was not widely available like now, or like you have a telephone that you can write down everything that happened.
Okay.
So evidence, you need to consider now also 2,000 years from now. Will anybody remember you or me or anyone else? The
Yes.
evolution of technology.
Yes.
Look at
in
100
2,000 years.
ago.
2,000 years. Yeah. Well, they're not going to remember me.
Exactly. Only
yeah,
the big,
no.
the big
They're
main
going to
events,
specifically
they're
remember
gonna
you, and they're going to be like, yeah, Justice League Netherlands got his ass handed to him by a cowboy on TikTok. We don't know his name, but it was bad. It was a bloodbath.
But that's why you need to consider that there might not be written evidence, and same like in 2,000 years, there might not be evidence of this day and age, except for the big events like Who knows? The Twin Towers might not even be in the
Yeah,
main
or maybe like
events
the
in
MMA
1,000
fight
years
on
or
the
2,000
White
years
House lawn or
because
something like
the
that, like some big event. Anyways, what do we have to do with Jesus or Paul? What does this have to do with anything? Like, are you trying to say that like Jesus wasn't like important enough to write down, and that's why we don't have anything, and then suddenly we've got
Mm.
everything about him in the middle of the 2nd century? How do you think that
But it,
comes to be?
but the thing is, it is written down by the people who did the writing. In
Oh,
that
okay.
time.
So it is written down. So really quick, you're to have me believe that paper was very hard to get. Okay.
Yes.
But yet the Christians are telling me that some fishermen got a hold of a lot of copies of paper and wrote shit down. Fishermen.
You know,
In
you
a
know
in
yourself
another
from-
language than what they
you're-
spoke.
You're an adult. You had history class. How did the monks make the Bibles? Let's say 1,000 years ago.
What? By
They
hand.
written by hand, copying it by hand, everything individual again and again and again. So how did they do it 2,000 years ago? By telling stories.
That's not how you write things down. You don't. What are you talking about? you're trying to
The
say.
people who wrote down 2,000 years ago were all like working for the Romans or like for the Romans were the big people in that time.
The big people. Yeah. Okay.
They had the power, they had the paper, they needed to write everything down for Caesar to know everything.
Yeah. Okay.
So you need to consider the time also. So whenever something happened, it is not written down on the same day. It might take a week before you're in a location that it's written down.
What are you
Because
talking about?
How long did it take before Jesus needed to walk with his cross before he was crucified? Hello?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't.
No, the distance between one location and another that before something happened. That's what I'm talking about. So what will happen if something happens? You know how it is with rumors, and like you break your foot on the one end of a town, but when the rumors go around the town before it reaches the other end, you're already dead. You know, like that stuff. You know it?
It sounds like your brain is filled with pancake batter and BBs, dude, because I have no idea what you're even trying to get across to me.
You tell a story on the ones. No, there has been like TV shows that you say something in a line. The one in the back says, let's say.
Are you just trying to tell like the game of telephone? Is that all you're trying to say? Like what does that have to
Something
do with
like that.
anything?
That's why you might not have the direct evidence and photographs and whatever of Jesus and Paul.
I feel like the reason we don't have photographs of Jesus is because, you know,
they didn't exist.
They didn't
Yeah, I know.
exist.
Exactly. But what you're searching for, that is what you call is fate. How can so many people be wrong?
What? Okay, now you've pivoted to something else. No, dude. Okay, we're moving on to somebody else. Somebody else is requesting up.
Bye.
All right, yeah. We're bringing up someone else who's got an IQ above room temperature. Hopefully. Jesus Christ. That was weird. That was weird. That was weird. That was like playing Jenga with a bunch of bars of soap. I don't. That was really weird. Tyrone, you there? Tyrone, you connecting? No? Yes? No? Maybe so?
One eternity later.
I don't think Tyrone is gonna make it, guys. We'll give him some time. Hopefully he can request up. But if you have any evidence of Jesus or Paul, request up. The request button should be there now above Rebel Apostate's head or down at the bottom there, and that's on TikTok. If you're on YouTube and you're like, I really want to put that cowboy in his place, come on up. You got to request up on TikTok, though. That's the thing. TikTok is how we take the guest. But yeah, come on up. What do you got? Rebel Apostate. Rebel Apostate.
Hi, I'm coming from YouTube. How are you?
Hey, doing good, doing good.
All right. I wanted to make, I wanted to, for you, if it's possible, to define what you mean by interpolation and contemporary for the evidence, and interpolation for whatever was written afterwards with Josephus and Tacitus.
So
because Christians
define
don't
those
seem to know
words?
the definition.
Oh, just define the words? Or
Define the words in your own terms. Yes.
oh yeah, an interpolation is where you take a book that already exists and you add something to it.
Excellent. And contemporary
Contemporary
evidence
contemporary means existing at the same time.
as the person,
As
the
or as
character of the story.
as whatever you're talking about. So like contemporary to me would be you know, anybody who was alive at the same time as me.
There you go. That's pretty simple.
Yeah.
I knew the definition, but they don't seem to be doing a lot of research, so that's why I said, let me ask him
Brie.
to make it official what those words mean. And I had a last question about Paul.
Oh yeah.
Since yeah, the subject. Since he was persecuted by he persecuted Christians, right? But prior to him becoming Paul, he was called Saul. So I guess he was doing all that under Jewish authority, or was he doing that all of out of his own free will, if I may say?
Who?
Paul, the persecution of the Christians.
I don't think Paul existed.
I know, but in the
Like
in the
based
Bible
on the story?
Yeah.
In the story, he's just kind of he's doing it because he feels like that's like making Judaism better or something. It's like cleaning up Judaism.
But isn't he under the Sanhedrin, or
Yeah,
is he
yeah. He's
under
like
some kind of
he's like hired by them. He's like a Pharisee.
exactly?
Yeah.
So I guess that if Paul actually did exist under Saul, his name would be listed somewhere in their documents, right?
So here's the thing. I made that claim or something similar to that claim before. I pointed out that like, oh hey, we don't see his name anywhere. And Rabbi Hanna had pointed out, and correctly, justifiably, that like you wouldn't necessarily expect to see his name in there, which is fine. But I'm not saying we would need to have his name in there for him to have been real. But the fact that his name isn't mentioned as well as anywhere else is still pretty bad. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that the Talmud would or anything like that would ever mention him. I don't know. It's just the fact is it doesn't. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
No mention anywhere. Okay,
Yeah.
and so you said because there's 7 letters that are accepted as being epigraphical of Paul, correct?
So there's 13 that are in the New Testament that are said to be from him. They claim they're from him. Of those 13, 6 or 7 of them are supposed to be authentic, according to scholars. But really, all that means is that they've taken a look at them at the book level, and they've determined that styles are similar amongst those 6 or 7. But then, if you dive in deeper to the single chapter level or duo or tri-chapter level, you will see that there's actually multiple authors within the text, and you see exactly why some of those scholars have linked them. But anyways, only bits and pieces. If you really, really, really wanted Paul to be real, he would need to be someone writing in the 2nd century, and only bits and pieces of Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and Galatians would be his. That would be at best what Paul would be doing. But that would be Paul in the 2nd century and would not line up with the New Testament, so it doesn't really matter.
I agree. And perhaps the other letters, like you were stipulating before, came from Seneca or perhaps Marcion?
So no, Seneca is someone who's writing in the 1st century. He doesn't have anything to do with Christianity, but he's someone who does something similar. He writes a whole bunch of moral epistles that are meant to be read as a collection. It's a similar thing because that was a genre, if you will, of writing. There's a trope is to write a letter, a fictional letter back then. If you read the book from Dr. Patricia Rosenmeyer, she actually goes over epistolatory fiction in the Roman era, Greek or Roman era. Really good book from Patricia Rosenmeyer. And it goes over how people would actually learn how to write. And one of their tasks or like homework or projects that they'd have to do is actually writing as a fictional person or writing something to a fictional person. Similar to how we do it today. I mean, kids are, even in elementary school, they're told to write to Santa. You know what I mean? So
that's correct.
Same kind of shit.
I understand. So thank you so much. This is all I wanted to know. And also, I don't know if there's any mods on YouTube presently, but it was a catastrophe before.
Yeah. There's
So,
some mods in there. Right now, I think there's only like one I see that's in there, and
Well, if
he's
you wanna
fighting the
put
good
me
fight.
I'm modding in 3 other places, so if you want to put me, I'm available.
Okay, let me see. I think I saw you somewhere in there. I think it's been a while since you've commented, but anyways, yeah. If I see you in there, I'll mod you up. But yeah, it's
It's a
YouTube,
it's a catastrophe. Seriously, it's hell.
YouTube is hilarious. But anyways,
All right. Thank you so much for your help.
all right, thanks.
Have a nice day.
All right. Let's see if anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul. Request up. We've now got photo. I think I've talked to you before. Photogman. You there? Maybe you're muted at the moment. Here, unmute. You good? Photo G-Man.
Yes,
there
how
you
you
go.
doing?
All right, what'd you got?
Yeah,
man?
we spoke last week. We spoke last week.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. I want to be polite and say thank you.
Hey, no worries.
I agree with most of what you have to say.
I heard the word most. You know what?
Yeah,
Here, I'm
most,
gonna play this
because
one
I
actually.
think there's a crack. I think there's some
We got
sunlight
him.
that can be brought into this.
What was that
Whenever
about crack?
A crime is committed. Well,
Okay.
can you hear me?
No. You said something about, I don't know. I was playing a sound and you said something about crack.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said whenever there's a crime committed,
Mhm.
I look for means, motive, and opportunity.
And crack is
who
one of them?
benefits the most? You're right. It's sort of like following breadcrumbs. How do you get
Spread
to
some crack.
yeah? Well, how do you get to the end point on who these authors are? And I look at the people who benefit the most.
Okay.
I consider the who's who, the Greeks and the Romans. Those were the two authorities that controlled that region.
The Greeks?
Yes, the Greeks and the Greeks, Ptolemy, created Alexandria, and now that I think about it, that's right. Before the Romans controlled the area where Rome took over in Israel, or what we call Palestine, the Greeks were there first.
What does that have to do with the timeline then?
The time, well, no, it has more to do with the fact I'm not talking about a timeline so much as I'm looking at the people who benefit from controlling that region.
Well, the Greeks kind of missed their opportunity whenever the Romans, unalived them all.
Yeah,
so,
that's
I
right.
mean,
That's what empires do.
right.
They
So
go
I don't
out
think
to
the
war.
Greeks are really clamoring for
well-
control of that area.
Hold on a second. Time out. You talk about the Septuagint. The Septuagint, the Greek manuscripts, Vaticanus and how do you say it? Sinaiticus.
Codex Sinaiticus?
Yeah, the manuscripts.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the authors of the Bible. We're talking about who. Come on, man. What I'm trying to say to you is that you look at the people who had the means, the empires who controlled those regions. The Greeks were there, and then the Romans came in and took over after them.
Sure.
And you do have a problem with all of the Jewish rebellions. There were about 3 or 4 of them. And if you don't get a control over their religion, their literature, you don't have real control over their thinking, their process. I mean, look at
Land
the
the
fact- all right,
goddamn
watch this,
plane.
Yeah,
What
I'll
are
give
you
I'll give
talking
an
about?
example.
What
Talk
are you
about-
getting to?
I'm getting to the fact that you go from a polytheistic empire that is now come under. I mean, and they beat the Jews, but they didn't really defeat them because their religion, monotheism took
Photo
over.
G-Man. Photo G-Man.
Yeah, go ahead.
We are flying over the Indian Ocean right now. You currently right now are MH370. I'm going to
Whatever
need
that- I
you
don't even know
to
what that means.
I'm going to need you to land this plane, otherwise we're never going to find it.
Oh, you ready? All right. All I'm saying is that the authors of the Bible are the people who control the region. That's where I'm landing the plane.
So who is this?
It would be the Romans.
The Romans.
started
You
with the
think?
Greeks.
Okay, so I don't care about this weird timeline that you got. So you believe that the Romans are like the Roman government, I guess, is
Yeah, the Roman
behind the
authority,
Bible.
Their court writers, correct.
Okay. Finally, we can get somewhere. All right, some weird fucking Roman Providence
Well, who
bullshit.
taught the Romans? Who taught the Romans about the gods?
Nope,
The Greeks.
stop it. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. At the end of the day, I don't give a shit where the Romans got it, because if the Romans wrote it, that's what we're going to deal with. Okay, so where is your evidence that the Romans actually wrote anything in the Bible?
I don't have evidence. I'm not going to sit up and tell you. I'm going to
man,
admit.
if only I had proof for what I was
No,
saying.
I don't have proof.
That would
I'm
be
just
really.
looking at it.
That's
I'm
the
looking
one
at
thing
the
I
timeline.
missed.
I'm
I
looking at
headed
the
out the
timeline.
door. I had my keys. I had my wallet. I had my phone. But the one thing I forgot was the evidence. And then I showed up.
Listen, I understand. Listen, I'm a man of science.
Are
I used to be a machinist. Yes, I ran a photo laboratory. I'm a man. I understand what evidence is. I talk about it all the time.
But yet you
If
don't
say-
have it.
If you can,
That
if
one
say
thing that you
can fly by flapping your
conveniently
wings,
left at
show me.
home, the dog ate your homework, it fell out of your lunchbox.
the dog didn't eat my. All I'm saying is, I'm looking back. It's. I would call it not just intuition, but if you look at history, you look at the people who benefit the most, and just like what we're doing in the Middle East right now, who is benefiting from the most from what's going on over there?
This has nothing to do with whether or not President Trump is writing a writing a religious book. Okay, so where's
all right,
okay?
I
so
take your point.
so
I take
okay,
your point.
listen.
You're right.
So
You're
if
right.
you
All
don't
I'm
have
simply saying
evidence,
is
if you,
that these-
I understand what you're talking about. I think you either got it from Joseph Atwill, maybe you got it from like I don't know.
There's another book. There's another author out there who came out with a book recently about the same thing. I mean, yes, I'm taking my
Who?
cues from them.
Who-
I'm not
are you
gonna-
getting
I'm
it
not
from
gonna
Jeff
sit here and
Mitchell?
tell
Like,
you-
who are you getting
I'm
this
not a-
from?
First of all, I'm not a biblical scholar.
Who are you getting
I
this
did not
from?
go to
Who-
school
who-
to
yeah,
study the
that's
Bible.
fine. That's fine. I'm not a scholar either. Who'd you get this from?
You hell of a lot more than I am. I can say
I
that.
don't know. That's not how that works. But who are you getting this from?
A bunch of authors. I wish I could. You know what? Maybe the next time I come back, I'll just give you a list of the authors. But the point is, yes. All I am saying to you is that my reasoning says that the Romans are responsible for, and they are, and if you
Not
look
my
at who is the
evidence,
biggest-
my
Who has the
reasoning.
biggest key
So
to
your
the kingdom of
reasoning. So
Christianity
you're
right
literally
now? The
admitting.
Romans.
You're literally admitting that your reasoning is based off of no evidence. There's no evidence to support your reasoning. That's. I have no evidence, but my
I'll
reasoning
admit
is
that.
saying that.
I will admit I don't have solid evidence.
Then maybe, and come
I don't have solid evidence.
Listen. Come here, listen. Here.
Are you gonna give me a
Don't
tissue first?
fucking believe something without evidence. That is how that works. Just say I don't know.
No. Wait. In science, you do come up with a hypothesis. You do have,
But you don't
speculate. There's a
believe
lot of
it.
speculation in science.
Hypothesis is just like, oh, hey, this could be a case. Let's test it out. And then if you actually do the testing and there's no evidence, you don't go, that was true the whole time.
Well, like
My
I said,
hypothesis
I'm not a scholar.
works.
I don't have the ability to go over there and read the Dead Sea Scrolls, dig through the sand and so forth. We're basing a lot of what we're learning. We learn from other.
I'm not asking you for digging in the sand. I'm not asking you to actually be the archaeologist. I'm not asking you to just bring this out of the ground and say, here's the smoking gun. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking for you to have anything, a shred of evidence that this is actually there. You can't even name me the name of the you can't even name me the person or the author of the book that you got this from.
Well, no, you were right when you said Joseph Atwill. There's also Francisco Carrata. There's a few other authors. I just can't remember them off the top of my head right now.
All right, listen. Here's the deal. Are you familiar with the writings of Pliny the Younger?
Yes.
Okay. Pliny the Younger, he writes.
Can I quote them? No.
Not a problem. But Pliny the Younger, he's a governor in Bithynia and Pontus. You remember that part, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And this is in 111 when he writes letter 96 of book 10. Are you aware of this?
Not in detail, but continue. Go ahead.
Okay. So in my hand, I've got a copy of his complete letters, all 10 books. And there is a particular book or letter. It is letter 96 of book 10 of his complete letters. And it talks about Christians. And in this book, he writes to Emperor Trajan in a letter. All right.
Emperor of where? Rome? Babylonia? Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Was that as good as it was
No,
for
I'm
me?
sorry.
It was
I
for you?
didn't mean to
Okay.
be rude. Continue.
Anyways, so the Emperor of Rome. It's in Italy now, just so we're clear. This is Emperor Trajan. He writes to him in late 111 or early 112, and he says, "Hey, I ran into Christians, and unfortunately, I had to torture some of them and unalive some of them, and I don't know if this is how I'm supposed to be acting. I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to do when dealing with people who are refusing to worship your image, refusing to worship you as a god." Emperor Trajan. I tried to figure out what they believe, tried to figure out what they practice, and I'm letting you know because I apparently don't know, and you apparently don't know. But Emperor Trajan writes back, and he says, keep doing what you're doing. Make sure they get a fair trial, but keep doing what you're doing. You're doing the correct thing. So, does that sound like a Roman government that is trying to spread Christianity?
No, it does not. And I'll be the first person to admit that. Absolutely.
Now, does it sound like a Roman government that is aware that previous administrations had created said Christianity?
Well, we don't know that, do we? You can't say who did.
Does it, I'm going to repeat my question. Does it sound like an administration that is aware that previous administrations had created it?
No.
Okay. It doesn't sound like that. It doesn't sound like they had any idea as to what they were doing behind closed doors at all. This is actually the first glimpse that we get in history into Christianity, into what they actually do or anything like that. One of the first glimpses, unless you want to consider the Therapeuta I mentioned by Philo of Alexandria in roughly 20, but whatever. The point is, the Roman providence idea, the idea that Josephus is behind all this, or the idea that the Romans created Christianity or created Jesus or created the Gospels or whatever, it is grade A USDA prime choice bullshit. It is bullshit. Joseph Atwill is spewing bullshit.
I'd like to ask you a question.
What?
I'd like to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
All right. From what I was reading with Joseph Atwill, the catacombs of Rome are filled with his family name. And they were some of the first saints, from what I understand. Domitilla, the daughter of Domitian,
no,
and a few other.
No,
her son
she did not
was
become
one of the
Christian.
first saints.
No, she's not a Christian. She's recognized as a Christian far, far after. What happened was the Christians claimed that the persecution of the Jewish people in the 90s by Emperor Domitian was actually them. But Domitian has nothing to do with Christianity. Unfortunately, Atwill fell for one of the oldest tricks in the book, and that is reading outdated information. Because in the middle of the 1900s, there was multiple scholars who actually came out and completely debunked the idea that Emperor Domitian had anything to do with Christianity. That is just a later Christian claim that they were involved with this persecution, because they realized that persecution complex and martyrdom complex is actually a very real thing and can psychologically advance or cause growth in your religion. But that being said, we don't have any evidence whatsoever that Domitilla was ever a Christian, or even a Jewish person. Just she started behaving in a way that was similar to some of the Jewish practices there in the 90s. But yeah, that is the same reason why scholars no longer, or more recent scholarship has said, hey, we can't date like the first First Clement to the 90s because any kind of persecution that you could possibly glean from the contents of this letter or document cannot be attached to Domitian. So, no, that has nothing to do with it. Now, the other part to it is that the name Flavius or Flavius was adopted by Constantine in the early 4th century, or the mid 4th century is when he starts going by at about 330 or so. But that's more just for the purpose of like showing that his reign, or trying to identify his reign with something that was earlier. That has nothing to do with
we're talking about
whether or
you're
not it's
talking
Jesus.
about Vespasian Flavius and his son Titus and his son Domitian.
Yeah,
Right?
those people. Yeah.
That was the first Flavian dynasty.
Yeah, yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not like there's anything to do with like them creating Christianity. The reason that the Flavian name is in some of the catacombs is because some of those things date to the 4th century, and that was something that was associated with Constantine. Has nothing to do with the 1st century Flavians.
Okay. Listen, like I said, I'm not a scholar. I'll just have to take your word for it.
Well,
I'm
well,
getting a lot of opinion.
Josephat will actually shoots himself in the foot because he says, "Oh, hey, look, we have all these different things that say Flavian all over it, so it must be because the Flavians in the 1st century created this shit." But he also says, at the opposite side of his mouth, that Constantine adopted the Flavian title, but doesn't seem to put those two together and say, hey, these catacombs, the things that we're finding, these engravings or these inscriptions date to the 4th century. He just says they automatically date to the 1st, even though it's the same fucking name in the 4th.
I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. By the way, the caller you had that was talking about the Council of Nicaea, I did comment. Didn't they decide what was going to be in the Bible?
No.
Which books were going to be in the
No.
Bible?
No.
Like the book of Timothy
No.
wasn't in there, or the book of
No.
this?
No, they did not. The Council of Nicaea did not decide that. There was already a canon, multiple canons prior. The Council of Trent maybe kind of shifted some things, but the Council of Nicaea did not have anything to do with that.
Oh, okay. Then I guess there's a lot of garbage on the internet making that
Yes.
comment. But
Yes, I don't. I think.
I'm not. Like
I
said,
think
I'm not a
someone
scholar. I'm
pointed out
still
that it
kinda
was part of
wading
the.
through weeds in this.
Someone pointed out that was part of the fucking Da Vinci Code kind of thing. Is that they said that at the Council of Nicaea they selected. I don't know why anybody thinks of that. I honestly
All right, look,
I don't know why.
all right. But first off, I believe what you're saying about that movie. I did see it. Hell, I tried to read the book. I couldn't get through it. But here's the thing. I heard this when I was growing up as a child. That predates, that altogether. A lot of people have been walking around with a lot of ideas in their head about what's true and what's not true. And I understand you make a damn good point. Without the evidence, you have no ground to stand on. You're right. I'm not gonna sit up and argue with you. You're right. All I'm saying to you is that there's still a lot of information that's still coming out from scholars that's bumping heads. A lot of people are bumping heads, with their theories and their ideas and their rationale and their conclusions.
Well, I can tell you that in
This is
2005, when Joseph Atwill came out with Caesar's Messiah, the book, and then his subsequent a documentary on YouTube and everything like that. The information that he was going off of, I mean, it was sort of kind of based off of like 1st century assumptions and whatnot, but the main reason that I know that what he's talking about is definitely bullshit. And every author that has come out since then and said, oh, hey, the Romans created Christianity, they are also spewing bullshit. Yeah. And every TikTok account that says that the Romans created it is also spewing bullshit, but whatever. The point is, the reason I say that, the main reason I say that, is because of the fact that we can see that these texts show up in the 2nd century long after the Flavians are dead. The Flavian dynasty happens, it ends in the 90s.
Yes.
We don't get.
By the way, I just want to say, not only do I agree with you, that's an observation that I've made myself. That is something that I fully acknowledge, that this is something that's been continuing on. I don't know whether you're right or wrong about the Flavians. I suspect you might be right.
But
However,
that's the core of Joseph Atwill's argument. I mean, like, I
it
can
is.
see
No,
that, like,
absolutely.
I can see
It
that he's barking up the right tree as far as like influence goes. If you have a text from Josephus that's written in Greek and it has all this material and it's well received, and then you end up with stories similar to that later on, that's because they're influenced by that book. But Joseph Atwill's position is that Josephus was actively involved with the creation of the gospel narrative of Christianity itself.
Mhm.
He believes that Josephus was working for the Roman government in order to create this. But that's just not the case. Not only did I just clearly point out Pliny the Younger, who doesn't have any fucking clue as to what's going on there, and the emperor writing back saying, yeah, keep unaliving them. That is not a government that knows that Christianity is something they created in order to pacify the Jews. If they're unaliving them, that doesn't make any sense. They would want it to be
Oh, no,
spread.
okay, all right.
The fact that all the Gospels are
I
written in
wanna speak to-
Greek
I
and
wanna
not in
speak to
Latin, which is the language that they want to spread, or Hebrew or Aramaic, is really weird.
All right, but let's look at your own observation about Paul. Okay, one of the things I can't get around is that Paul is working for the Romans.
Where does it say Paul is working for the Romans?
That he was in one of these Roman cities. I have to go and dig this up. He was being chased, and he had to be saved by one of the Roman authority to keep him alive, because he was definitely on someone's target. And
He had to appeal to Caesar because he was arrested by Romans, but that's after he's a Christian, according to Acts.
All right, maybe wow, that sounds an awful lot like Josephus. Now that you mention that, but
I mean, Paul's not a
yeah.
real person, but he's not
No,
working
I
for
don't
the
believe he's a
Romans.
real person, but what
And
I'm
by the
saying
way,
is
he doesn't make it
the
to Caesar
narrative
either.
is about the Romans, though. We're back. You keep
It's
keeps
not.
turning back. All roads lead to Rome on this, though.
No. First of all, it never says he worked for Rome. Number two, he doesn't even make it to Caesar. He gets in a shipwreck.
Right. I remember that. But what I'm trying to say is that even if Trajan is acting like he doesn't know anything about the creation of Christianity as far as
And
the
telling
Roman
his
authority
governor
is
to
concerned,
continue
I mean,
unaliving them. Okay.
yeah, okay, unaliving him. You do have the Romans in the background at all every time you turn around, the Romans
Well, I
are
mean, we're
involved in the
dealing with the
story.
Roman Empire, and people who are writing about them are probably going to be Roman in some form or fashion, but that doesn't mean that the
That's
Roman
fair.
government created it. I mean, that's like saying, "Oh, hey, yeah, there was this religion that started in New York, and it involves a whole bunch of Americans. That means that the American government created Mormonism." It's like, no, it didn't. Just because it happened within your boundary doesn't mean shit. American government literally sent people over to unalive the Mormons. There was like literal Mormon wars and massacres and stuff like that, where the Mormons died for their beliefs against the
Right.
U.S. fucking army.
Right.
So I mean, no, the American government did not create Mormonism. It just happened to be Americans. It's a 100% American religion.
Yeah, and I agree. And yet Rome has become the biggest, warehouse for Christianity in any direction you look.
Yeah, that's because of the fact that eventually the Roman government became Christian. Similarly,
Why?
Because of Constantine's mother. Constantine's mother became Christian, and he had a soft spot for Christianity. And after he makes Christianity legal as well as all of the religions in 312, then they have a right, or the legal right, to proselytize. So now they can go around and spread, and it becomes huge. He potentially becomes a Christian later on, that's Constantine. And then in 380, by Theodosius II, it becomes the official religion of the entire empire, recognizing the Pope and Nicene Christianity. What my point is that in a similar vein, in 2012, Mitt Romney came kind of sort of close at defeating Obama in 2012. And if we gave presidents the same amount of power that the Romans gave their emperors, then he could have made Mormonism, because he was a Mormon, he could have made Mormonism the official religion of the American empire, which, and this is true, would have beat Christianity in a race of first, here's your stories, then you become the official religion of the empire, it would have beat Christianity by 80 years. That's how fast Mormonism grows inside the walls of America. But that doesn't mean that the American government is behind it.
You know what? As a side note, I say the same thing about 9/11. Everybody says it's an inside job. I just want to say that.
All right, Scott, what you got?
Oh, you just cut that man off?
Yep, right in the middle of his fucking sentence. What you got?
Damn. I don't know if you remember last time I talked to you, but I brought up Dan McClellan, and and you were like, he's pissed off at me. Like,
Oh, yeah, he hates me.
yeah. So I messaged him.
Oh,
and,
yeah? Did you ask
yeah.
about me?
Yeah.
Oh, you son of a bitch. What'd he say?
Well, I tried to bring up. I said, "Would you ever be willing to like have like?" And I mean a civil discussion.
Yeah,
I
he's
mean, I've
not
watched a
going
lot
to
of-
agree to it.
He's thinking about it.
You're shitting me. You're
I'm
shitting
not
me.
shitting you, brother. I'm not shitting you.
But
So,
you know, but obviously he said some things about me that probably were not.
he was polite. He just goes, "No, He goes, I blocked him."
Yeah, well, yeah, because he didn't have shit to say about Nazareth. All I did, I didn't say anything really offensive or anything like that. What I did was I pointed out that because he had a video about how it wasn't about me, but he was saying that mythicists have claimed that Nazareth didn't exist, and then he proceeds to give evidence for Nazareth that is not evidence at all for Nazareth at the beginning of the first century. He mentions things like hundreds of years prior or something like that for something that definitely wasn't called Nazareth. And then I said, well, that doesn't mean Nazareth. I mean, like the idea that there used to be like maybe a Native American like village or a Native American city or something like that in a particular area in North America doesn't mean that that's the same town that shows up later whenever they build on top of it later. Like,
And I'm pretty sure that's what pissed him off because you boxed him in, and you know.
and then the worst part, the reason he actually blocked me is because we went back and forth maybe for 2 or 3 comments. And then when he asked a question, he said, when he asked a question like why I would believe a particular thing or something, I quoted him in his previous comment, and he hated that. I literally I quoted him directly. I kept screenshots of it. I don't know why I haven't posted it.
I bought your book and I bought his book. I
Mhm.
read them both. They're both pretty good books. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, his book is pretty good too, and your book is excellent. You know, I would love to see a point where you guys could sit at a table like they do on YouTube and just sit across the table from each other and respectfully, like, I mean, it doesn't have to get like negative or weird or anything. Like,
I don't think it would.
Yeah.
If like me and my co-author sat down with Dan and maybe Dan Beecher, his co-host on Data Over Dogma, I mean that'd be perfectly fine. But here's why I feel like that's not going to happen.
That would be an awesome.
Oh, it would be.
conversation, though?
It would be. But here's why I don't think it's going to happen. We messaged him prior to our book coming out and said, hey, we'd love to be on the show and discuss this kind of stuff that we found. We're data scientists, so I mean, it falls right in line with Data Over Dogma. And he read the message and never responded. We sent a follow-up before our book comes out. He reads the message, doesn't respond. We actually found out that the email client that we signed up for whenever we started our book and stuff like that, started the research with the project, we didn't know it did, but it had a read receipt that automatically turned on. So it would let us know whenever our messages were read.
Here's
Yeah,
what I'm gonna
so it's
offer you.
pretty clear
I'm
that
gonna-
he didn't. He
I'm gonna
didn't
offer
care.
you the same thing I offered him. Okay, if I can set this up, like if I can get him to agree to it, right? And if I pay for you and your co-author's flights from Texas to Utah, and I think he's already
Oh,
in
in
Utah.
person. You want it to be in person.
Well, you can do it over the.
Oh, we can do it in person. That's fine.
Yeah, but
you
I'm
want to
saying if
fly
you
us
do
to
it
the
in
Mormon
person-
Holy Land? I mean, it's fine with me.
I'll fly you guys to Salt Lake. You know.
Oh God, yeah, I'd do it
would
in
be freaking
person.
amazing, man. So
Yeah.
let me keep working on it. Let me keep.
Chipping away at him. Just keep chipping away at
Well,
him. But look,
he's
I
polite.
could.
He's polite when he responds to me because I've had a couple like text exchanged with him. Well, not
Yeah.
text, but like
Yeah.
message on TikTok.
Look,
And he
I'm
knows I bought his
speaking
book.
right now for my co-author. I don't give a shit if he says no. I'm going to drag his ass to Utah. If you can get us over to Utah to have a conversation with the Dans, not the Bobs, but the Dans, then yes, we would absolutely say yes.
I think you guys would honestly get like 5 million views on YouTube if you
I
did that.
don't care about the views. I care about the conversation, and I'd love to have a conversation with him, even if it is in person. It's fine.
All right. And my only request is like we keep it
Civil.
cordial, and civil.
Yeah.
You know.
My only request is that you allow for me to wear a cowboy hat.
You can wear a cowboy hat, and I'll keep some Modelo's under the table for you, so you got a couple beers for you.
Modelo's?
We drink out here
My
in
God.
Utah. They're pretty good.
In Utah? Really? Is that really
Yeah.
drink?
Well, that's what I
God
drink
damn.
anyway, but
Anyways.
I'll let you get on to the other callers, but I just want you to know I'm working on this in the background. I know you're on here pretty much every day.
Yeah.
When I have my lunch break at work, I always tune in and listen to you.
Thank you.
Argue with these guys over Paul or whatever. So
Well, it means a lot that people do. And honestly, there's one guy, I don't know if he's in the chat, but there's a guy who says that he listens to me while he's, hopefully it's not at the exact same time, but he's a crane operator. And he said that he'll listen to it while operating the crane and stuff. And I was like, oh my God. So
well, I'm a cop out here in Utah, so
Oh.
I've had people in my car with my phone playing and they'll be in the back seat going to jail, and they'll be like, "Who is that guy?" And I'll be like,
that's
Paul
funny.
and Jesus ever existed," and they'll just laugh. You know? So
Oh my
we got a
God.
couple
Well, that's
of us
awesome.
out here.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'll let
thank
get
you
on
very
to the
much for
other
coming up.
callers, though. Let me keep working on Dan, and if I can line it up, I'll buy your flight. I'll buy your co-author's flight, and we'll get you guys up to Zion.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. We'll do it.
All right,
Just stay in touch. All right. Thanks.
Okay, have a good day.
All right. Peace. I would totally do it, even if it's in person. I'd do it over the phone or over like video thing. I think that'd be the easiest thing. I'm sure that he'd probably prefer that, instead of two dirt farmers from North Texas showing up. One wears a cowboy hat.
Sister, how are you? One from Gaza.
Did you say sister? Jesus Christ, dude. Am I really that effeminate looking?
أي والله خيمتي بتمنى تساعدوني.
You know what? Maybe he's more progressive than we are. Or maybe more progressive than I am.
بس علبة حليب شكرا.
Yeah, or something, and I'm also with you. All right. Man. I mean, hell, maybe that was the most progressive Arabic kid or Arab kid. Maybe. Am I the bigot? Anyways. I don't think it was. I don't know. I don't know what that kid's pronouns were. And you know what? Maybe he was, like I said, maybe. I said he. Maybe they were just, like I said, being progressive and just being like, yo, that cowboy hatted individual with a ton of facial hair. Sup, sister? You know what? Good on you. Good on you, kid. I think it was actually more of a language barrier, but, take a win when you can. All right. I don't know how to ask the gatekeeper. No, okay. So there's plenty of people who come up here, and what they'll do, unfortunately, is they will pose as other people in order to come up and ask for money. And I get that, but they'll continue to come up, and it's kind of sort of annoying at a certain point because I don't know, I've let people come up and I've let them sit there for 15, even 30 minutes. Getting gifts and stuff like that. They're on TikTok, but then later on they just keep trying to come up and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, there's other TikTok channels out there. Just try over there. Okay. We have the meat. Yes, we do have the meat. Here we go.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Hell yeah. All right. They have money for phone and service. This is true. It is true. All right. What is going on, everybody? Glad to see you. We've got people over on YouTube. We got people on TikTok. Let me check the chat here again. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, the request button is right there or down there on TikTok. If you're on YouTube and you want to come up, you're going to have to hop to TikTok to have a conversation. That's not a problem. I want to have a conversation with you, at least temporarily. Just, grab the TikTok app and come on up. The link to the TikTok, you can either search for Christ Before Jesus. You can either search for Christ Before Jesus on TikTok, or the link to the TikTok directly is actually there on the YouTube profile, so you can check it out. Let's see. So, looks like over there on YouTube, we got about 220 people over there. Here on TikTok, we got 308. Now, some of you are on both of them, which I appreciate, definitely. Probably like 100 of you. But still, the YouTube chat is insane. We got a couple people over there. Lady Huggies over there. We got Rebel Apostate. And for the life of me, I don't remember who that is, the other mod on there. I think that might be Aaron. I think it's Aaron that's in there. But yes, thank you very much for helping out there on the YouTube side. Yes, yeah, Aaron. Yeah, there we go. It's me. Okay. Well, it's because your username is different. So I was like, I don't know. Yeah, it's Aaron. All right. So again, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to get to some of these comments here. Let's see. How about on Friendster? What? Hey, Rat Soup's here. Rat Soup. God damn it! I pushed two buttons at the same time again. All right. Let's see. Username is actually the same. Is it? Wait. Hold up. Let me click this. Oh, it is. It's just it shows me your preferred name or whatever on here, or display name on TikTok. But the use. Okay. Yeah. I just got to click the thing. All right. I am in a corner. Well, yeah. Need to play the Aaron sound. You know what? We do have an Aaron sound. Here we go. Where is it?
You done messed up, Aaron!
There we go. Also, I think I saw Mazikeen.
Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
And we saw Lady Huggy. I also saw good old Squeaks. And Storm. I'm pretty sure Storm is here too.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's Nerd. I see Nerd. There's Nerd.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
Oh, yes. Holly was in here too. I saw Holly. All right. And I think Hetty was in here as well. I can't remember. Yeah, there's Hetty. Because
you, my precious little bitch boy,
Stop it,
are
sir.
tripping balls.
Love it. I don't. Well, I do see you, but I don't know what to play. Yeah, I don't know what to play. Yeah, I don't know what to play. Here, maybe play this. There you go. We'll play this. All right. Let's see here. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. How do I get on? J. Mike Rogers over there on YouTube. You definitely can hop on. You got to hop over to TikTok. That's how I take guests. Just request up. The request button should be somewhere about here or down there. Once you hop over to TikTok, just search for Christ Before Jesus or use the link that's in the TikTok profile. Cyber. I think I've got a sound for Cyber. Pretty sure I do. There we go. What's Cyber sound?
Oh, shit!
There we go. Hey, Christina the Godless.
Bella, where the hell have you been, Luca?
It's the bin. That's Anyways. Man, they got some crazy comments over there on YouTube. Mischievous superstition. What? Okay, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna start sending in some invites. Mods, feel free to send some invites to people there in the chat. There on TikTok. If somebody is saying something that's arguing for Christianity or arguing for the evidence of Jesus of Paul or something like that, send them up. Perfectly fine. Chaos Engine says, Jaren ignoring me like usual. What was your sound? What was your sound? I can't remember what your sound was.
Can I pet that dog? No. Can I pet that dog? No, he's sleeping. Can I pet that dog?
What is going on? Steven Mendoza, 648.
What's going on, man? How you doing today?
It's going. It's going. Now, what you got for us?
So, I just came across you today.
Okay.
Never seen your lives before.
Yeah.
When I brought up the writings of Tacitus
Mhm.
and the Annals,
Annals.
I got several annals, whatever.
Yeah. As long as it's not anals. Yeah.
Yeah, God forbid, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I saw a lot of commenters saying various different things, saying that it's not talking about Jesus, saying that he mentions Christus, but he doesn't say Jesus, which
Yeah.
I would put as one and the same. Saw that he's not a contemporary, which I don't think that's a very strong argument either, considering there's a lot of historical figures that we don't have, that we have most of the sources written about them come from decades or centuries later. So I would like to know your viewpoint on it, where you guys like forming this argument from.
Oh, which one? Which one would you like to tackle first?
So I would say just like how, in general, the writings from Tacitus are not pointing to Christ.
Oh, okay. Because he doesn't initially say that and it's interpolated into it later.
Okay. If you're gonna say that it is
Mhm.
interpolation, right?
Yep.
You
I need to
would
show
say
evidence.
that
Is that
you would
what
say
you're
what, that Christians would later modify
Mhm.
that section?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
And in fact, we can
Um,
actually see part of the modification in the earliest manuscript that we have for it. Would you like to see that?
Yes, I would.
Sure. So on your screen right now is the oldest manuscript of Tacitus's Annals, written in 116
Okay.
initially. This manuscript dates to the the 11th century. The 11th century. All right. So right over here, we're gonna zoom in here. So do you see this word there in the middle of your screen? What does this word look like? What does that word look like?
Geez, I really can't make it out that well. What is that? CHR? Maybe crucifixus? Something around that?
People are always trapped with this little F there. I apologize
Yeah.
there, but that's the way that you would write the first S in a word. That's just
Okay.
how people wrote back then. I don't know why, but anyways, the point is that's actually Christians, Christiana. It's Christians. Okay, so here's the thing. You have any idea why the word Christians would need to be in the margins there?
Possibly as some sort of footnote? No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, kind of, sort of. It's an explanation as to why, if you follow that line over, you all of a sudden get to this word right here. See, this is the word in the text that gets translated as Christians or Christiani, but the problem is the fact that this right here, you see this little gap here?
Mhm.
Why do you think that's there?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, that's because this letter here wasn't initially an I. Here's an I in the word Christus. It looks kind of like a Y. Here's the I in the word Tiberius. Again, looks kind of like a Y. Here's an E. This used to be an E. Every researcher and scholar who has taken an ultraviolet light to the earliest manuscript of Annals says that the letter there in that gap, that little space there, conclusively comes back as an E, not an I. Not an I. So the fact that we have to have this over in the manuscript or over in the margins that says, hey, this is Christians, we can see the middle of an edit. Tacitus initially said the word Christians with an E as opposed to an I, like Christians. Now, that's not necessarily a problem. Now, if you think that that's a different group, then sure. Obviously, we'll go ahead and toss out Tacitus then because he's not talking about the Christians. But I would say it's the same group. But there's a bunch of problems with that. First of all, the word Christians appears in Latin inscription over in Rome that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE, which is weird because that's potentially before Jesus is even supposedly born. So it doesn't sound like they're getting their name from Jesus. But nevertheless, this passage, if you accept it as real, continues on and tries to say that this group, this Christians, got their name from Christus. And the writing here, the spelling, as far as we can tell, is originally with an I. It doesn't make a lot of sense that they would say that the Christians with an E would come from Christus with an I. On top of that, Christus is not his name. That's a title. And if he's looking at any kind of crucifixion record or arrest record or Senate record or something in the Roman archive, it wouldn't say Christus. It would say Yeshua or Yehoshua or its Greek or Latin variant. At best, he would say that Jesus was called Christ, but Jesus is his name because that's who was actually on the record. It then goes on, by the way, to say that Pilate, it uses the word right here, there it is, was a procurator. This is the beginning of the word Pontius. And there's Pon, the rest of it over here. See if I can go back. Shus, Pilati. Yeah. So anyways, it tries to say that he was a procurator, but we know that he wasn't. In fact, the Pilate stone, which helps show that Pilate actually was there in the first century, bears his name and his government position as prefect. He's a type of governor called a prefect. A prefect had a military backing, while a procurator has just monetary stuff because you use a procurator as a governor whenever you're actually part of the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire itself supplies the area with the military. Prior to that, you would have to have somebody who had military control, and that's a prefect, not a procurator. Judea didn't even end up with a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed in 36. So there's an error as to what Pilate's position was. It uses the word Christ, which is what maybe the Christians would call him, but not what would be on any kind of arrest record. And it tries to say that using the word Christ with an I, the Christians got their name, and the Christians are seen in an inscription that dates potentially before the birth of Jesus in the first place. So on top of all of those issues, which immediately should give you a ton of red flags as to whether or not this was actually added in later or if this was something that Tacitus says, we have two more points. Number one, Tertullian, who is the earliest Christian that we know of who wrote in Latin. He writes in roughly about 200, so about 80-something years after this. After this document comes out, about 84 years later. He says, he's the first to allude to Tacitus. He reads Latin, he writes in Latin, which is what this is initially written in by Tacitus. And Tertullian, this Christian church father, in 200, he says, consult your history books. We were blamed for the fire in Rome, and then we were tortured and unalived. He talks about all the other sections of this passage, but not anything about how Tacitus mentioned Jesus. We don't get that mentioned until the early 5th century. So the whole Christ line seems to be something that's not in there. And whenever we take a look at that section, that line that talks about Christ and everything, because it's a pretty big sentence. It talks about Christ. It talks about Pontius Pilate. Talks about like how this mischievous superstition broke out in Judea. The first source of the evil then men to spread at Rome, where all things hideous and shameful find their city center and become popular. You remember all that section?
Yes.
Yeah. So that line is big enough to where we can actually take a look at it and analyze it alongside other texts. And what we find here, let me go ahead and pull this up here. What we find is this right here. This is a dendrogram, and this is what you get when you run stylometric analysis. All right. And looking at the most frequently used words and the sentence structure, sentence length, that kind of thing, we can identify, it helps us identify authors and whatnot. We can identify them.
Okay.
And it looks kind of like a family tree. And so you end up with these branches. And the closer you are together, the more likely you are to be from the same author. The further you have to go up the tree in order to get to another section, the less likely you are to be from the same author. So similarly sized lines of Tacitus appear under this branch. This is Tacitus branch. Now there's something for Tertullian who pops up in here, but most of Tacitus is all right here with the exception of one small section. And that is the section that talks about Jesus. We call it Tacitus J. It's literally the furthest thing from the rest of Tacitus because it wasn't written by him. It was written by somebody later on. We have data science backing this up. We've got just like logic because the first Christian to even like allude to this passage doesn't say anything about the Jesus thing. We have multiple errors in the sentence. We have a mention of this group that he mentions that potentially predates Jesus, and at the very least predates the gospel of Jesus reaching Rome. He didn't write it. It's an interpolation. It's later on. Someone throws it in there. Another part to this, if you really think about it, is why would he have even said that? Because it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Because it says, hey, Christ was unalived. He received the extreme penalty. Why? It doesn't say anything as to why he was actually unalived. It doesn't do anything. It says that the Christians or the Christians were blamed for the fire in Rome, and that they admit guilt later on in the passage. It says that they said that they were guilty, that they actually did it, and then further arrests were made from their information. In other words, they ratted each other out. But it doesn't explain exactly why Jesus was unalived.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a Christian and you're writing for the purpose of other Christians to read this and be emboldened in their faith because they believe that Christians or they believe that Jesus had been mentioned, you would not only refer to him as Christ because you know that's what you call him, but on top of that, you don't need to explain why he was unalived. A Christian who's reading this already knows. So they didn't think, hey, let me add in. They didn't think, hey, let me add in a story of why Jesus is actually unalived. They just say he was unalived. But yeah, there's a bunch of reasons as to why this is something that's just added later.
Okay. Yeah, like I'm not very well versed in this. This is, clearly you have done a lot more research than I have.
Gotcha.
I really don't have a counter argument. I just kind of wanted to take this as an opportunity to see your viewpoint on it. I had an idea that you would have some references that you could use, which, I'm not prepared for any sort of debate on this, but, I plan to look into this more, and then maybe some other time I'll catch you on another live stream, and maybe I'll have something I can try to use to refute you. I am a believer in God. I am a believer in Christ. I'm a Roman Catholic myself. So, but yeah, thank you for taking the time.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
And you've been respectful. And I think that you'd probably give an honest answer here. If you can't find anything to refute what I've just said, what is that going to do?
Hold on. I know, Chris.
What is that going to do for what? For me?
What's that going to do for the Tacitus line? Are you going to realize that that was an interpolation?
If I have nothing to back it up, I mean, then there's nothing to back it up. If it doesn't hold water, I would like to do my own research on it to
Right.
see.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
what
Like
other
if you do
sources-
other research and you're saying that it doesn't hold water, then what are you going to do?
Then I would probably reject it as
As an evidence for Jesus. Yeah.
as a
and just
piece,
move to
as a
something else,
piece
I
of
guess.
evidence that
Yeah.
you could use.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you lean upon?
As far as what?
Evidence for Jesus.
Personally, for me, I do believe in a lot of miracles that have happened through Christ, through his mother, the Blessed Virgin Mary. There's Eucharistic miracles.
Yeah,
Have you
that doesn't
looked
have
at
anything
those?
to do with whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago, though. Like, even if all those miracles you're talking about are 100% real, that doesn't mean anything. Like, all that means is that, okay, miracles are real. Cool. How does that mean that the story actually happened, like 2,000 years ago?
So, a really simple way, I guess, of looking at it is that there are so many people who gave up their lives for Christianity. I don't think people die over a lie. I don't think that
People
you
do
have
all the
that
time.
many.
Have you never heard
I
of
don't.
9/11
I
before?
don't think people, when being faced, when you have like Saint Ignatius of Antioch around the year 100 being eaten by beasts, I don't
There's
think
no
you do
evidence that
that
that happened.
over a lie.
There's no evidence that that happened. That being said, people die for lies all the time. Have you never heard of 9/11?
Those are innocent people dying over
No,
lies
the
of
people who
government
hijacked the
officials.
planes.
You don't
The people who
listen,
hijacked
dude,
the
I'm deep.
planes.
I'm deep on that. I'm with you on that. I'm a conspiracy theorist at heart, especially when it comes to 9/11.
Well, then you're not
But,
with me.
Why is that?
Okay. Anyways, regardless, the people who followed Jim Jones down to Jonestown and drank the Flavor Aid poisoned themselves. I mean, were they right because they died for a belief?
Were they aware that they were going to die?
Yes.
When they drank the Kool-Aid at Jonestown, they were all aware of that.
Mm-hmm. That's why some
See,
people
I
didn't
don't.
do it.
Really? See, I only know,
So does that
know,
make them
a
true?
minor amount of it.
That's fine, but that doesn't mean that just because you don't know about it, it's not a valid argument against it. There are plenty.
No, I can understand. I'm
So
not
does
saying
that
it's
make
not a
it
valid
true?
argument.
Does that make it true?
Does that make the entirety of Jonestown true? There are people that died in it.
No.
Yes,
Are
that
the
part is
beliefs?
true.
Are
Is
their
their belief
beliefs
system true?
Yes.
I would argue that their belief system isn't true. No, but
Okay. So
we're
apparently,
talking about
okay.
we're
Listen.
talking about a
listen.
super small
No.
sample size
No.
over
No.
something
Not at all.
that is absolutely
No.
that's over
Okay.
something
Well,
that's
then I would like
centuries
for you
old.
to point to me the number of people that the Roman government says that they unalived for Jesus, like because of
I
Jesus.
don't know that off the top of my
Well,
head.
you named one person, and we don't have any evidence from the Roman government that he was actually fed alive to beasts or something like that. So we actually don't have any evidence, really, of persecution against the Christians until about 3 to 6 years, 3 to 6 years before the Edict of Milan in the beginning of the 4th century. That's when Christianity was officially illegal for about 3 to 6 year period. And then with the Edict of Milan, it's no longer illegal. All religions are legal due to Constantine and the Edict of Milan. And then it's lights out. I mean, that's just kind of how it works. Yeah. Now, on top of that, I guess all the people that Christianity went out and unalived because they were the wrong sect of Christianity, or they were the wrong religion or something like that, like Hypatia drugged by her hair to the Caesarion temple in Alexandria and stoned to death. Like, she was somehow right because she died for her beliefs. Like, what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
What I'm
Some
trying
of
to
the
say is
Mormons
that
believed
people-
that Joseph
people
Smith
don't
died for his
knowingly
belief.
Die. People don't know.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
It
Joseph
goes back
Smith.
to, like, your
Joseph
9/11
Smith.
argument, which is
Joseph
really not
Smith.
a great example of it.
Joseph
right?
Smith
All right,
was
listen,
unalived.
I'd like a second.
Okay, Stephen.
You've done a lot of talking.
Stephen, I'm going to continue to talk. Joseph Smith
All right,
literally
dude, then
made
what's the
up
point of
his
the
religion.
conversation?
You're not addressing the points that I'm making. You're trying to talk to
I'm
peripheral
trying to
things.
address the point right
You're
now, but
literally
you're not
not
allowing me to.
Correct. You're now been muted. Joseph Smith created Mormonism. You would agree with that. And he was blasted out of a second-story window of a jail building for his beliefs. He literally lied, and he died for his beliefs. The Mormon people who were massacred in America, it was an open secret, according to the grandson of Sidney Rigdon, that Sidney Rigdon and Joseph Smith, both cohorts in the 1820s and 1830s, had just cooked this whole idea up of the Book of Mormon, that they had faked it. It was an open secret that this was a fake text. But nevertheless, they still went to their deaths knowing that it was a lie. That what you're saying is inaccurate. People die for lies all the time. People die for lies all the time. And that has nothing to do with whether or not the story is true. I mean, hell, there are people who are on death row who swear that they're innocent. They're lying.
When faced with death,
some of them at least.
If someone, so you can go to the apostles, which it's believed that all the apostles except for John the Beloved was martyred.
Are there any proof that they existed?
Saint Stephen, the first Christian martyr.
Is there any proof that he existed?
I mean, I can't cite a source off the top of my head.
That's because none of the disciples.
Apologetics. I could definitely look up and try and find some for you, and we can talk about it.
Yeah, but you're using arguments based off of things that you don't have any evidence for, and you're trying to say that that is the reason you believe something.
I came into this, first off, I'm on my lunch break. I came into this, fine. All I did was cite Tacitus. Mm-hmm. I wanted to get your outlook on it. I told you from the beginning, I was not prepared for a debate. I'm not an apologist.
But so yet you have.
You can sit
I don't
here
care if you're an apologist. I don't care if you're a
have
scholar.
The moderators mute me when I try to.
I personally muted you. The mods haven't touched you. I have personally been muting you because you're just kind of rambling. You have sworn your life. You have actually said the reason why we're even in this conversation at this point is because when you brought up the Tacitus thing, I was perfectly fine with just kind of leaving it there. But I asked the question, what would you do with it? And you have made every indication to me that all you would do is simply just pivot to something else, that you wouldn't actually consider this to be something detrimental to the argument for Jesus. And then you tried to pivot to, oh, we have all these other pieces of evidence. And you've tried to present them as if this is somehow part of what has convinced you to swear your life to this religion. But you don't have any supporting evidence for any of the claims. It's as if you swore your life to a religion. I don't care if you're a scholar or not a scholar. I'm not a scholar. I don't care if you're an apologist or not, but you have sworn your life to this religion for what? You don't have any evidence to back it up. You don't have any evidence. You didn't look into it. Sounds like it's not just that you were unprepared to have a conversation with me. You were unprepared to swear your life away, and yet you did it. You did it. You said, oh, this is the religion I'm going to pick for the rest of my life. Stephen, is that what you did? Did you say, I'm going to be a Catholic for the rest of my life? Do you believe that?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
I did.
You didn't look into shit. So I don't want to hear, oh, well, I wasn't prepared to have a conversation. Well, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to have a discussion of why you believe what you believe and questioned or demanded of you. And do so respectfully, and you've been respectful so far. But nevertheless, you didn't look into anything. You didn't. Why are you concerned with having a conversation with somebody for 30 minutes? You swore your entire life to something with no evidence.
Honestly, I appreciate this conversation so much because this is so eye-opening because you're right. I, as a Catholic, am doing myself a disservice by not being able to engage in a discussion like this and have sources that I can back up. So honestly, man, I do really appreciate this because this is going to light a fire under my ass to do more research so I can be a better defender of faith and be able to have a conversation like this.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So here's my challenge to you, and we'll see if this actually sticks. Go read. Go check what I said about Tacitus. Go check to see if we have any piece of evidence for any of the disciples. Any of them. It includes Stephen. See if we have any evidence whatsoever that these people actually existed, or if it's all just made up stories from much later. See if we actually have any evidence, and then come back and we'll have a discussion about it.
Okay.
Sound good?
Sounds like a plan. All right.
All right. I'll be here.
All right.
All right.
Be good,
Thanks.
man. God bless.
All right. And also with you. All right. And with your spirit and shit. Okay. What's going on? Ass in Asher.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, man. This is my son's account. I didn't realize I don't have a TikTok account, so I'm just using it.
How old is your son? Your son looks like he's 8.
He's 9. He's a wrestler, yeah.
And he has a TikTok account?
Well, he's just trying to gain some followers for that type stuff. So.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, what's
Anybody-
going on? Well,
So I'm looking at I was listening to your previous caller, or your previous, whatever you call them.
yeah, guest, yeah, caller, guest,
The monologue on Catechus.
Yeah.
So it sounds like to me that you're using a lot of like the fallacy of omission. The fact that Tertullian didn't mention Tacitus. How do you say his name? Tacitus.
The way we say it in English is Tacitus. How they said it back then is
Tacitus.
actually Tacitus.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds weird, but that's literally how they said it in Latin. Tacitus.
One of the points you made was that Tertullian doesn't mention Tacitus's mentioning the Christ in his writing or his crucifixion.
Yeah.
But just because he doesn't mention it, is it not a fallacy of omission?
I mean, like argument from silence or something?
Yeah, like just because he doesn't mention it doesn't mean it wasn't. The writing wasn't there.
Sure. So what do you do with this? This is actual argument like for someone else writing it. But I mean, what do you do with that?
Well, I've not seen this before. What is?
Well, that was part of the conversation that I was having earlier.
I know, but part of the conversation I was driving, so I didn't get to look at things that you put on the screen.
No.
Yeah,
So in other words, I'm a data scientist, and when applying something called stellometry to similarly sized lines of Tacitus and Pliny and Trajan and Tertullian, we can actually see that line that talks about Christ and everything like that was not written by Tertullian. So the fact that Tertullian is not written by Tacitus. What my point is that. Let alone is it an issue that Tertullian doesn't say anything about what Tacitus said. It's also the fact that we can see that it wasn't what Tacitus said. And going through all the evidences prior are not things that are arguing from silence. I'm not arguing from silence when I say that Christ is a title, not a name. I'm not arguing from silence when I say that the Christians, that is a term that appears in an inscription called CILVI 24944, which dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. That's not an argument from silence. It's not an argument from silence to say that Pontius Pilate is a prefect, not a procurator, and Judea didn't have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. That's not an argument from silence. That's not an argument from silence at all.
Specifically to your statement about Tertullian.
So in other words, I made like 7 arguments, and you're saying, well, one of them sounds like the argument from silence, so...
Well, okay, well that one, but also like the entire thing. You looked at the writing and the I looked like a Y and it was an E, and he scrubbed. All this is the appeal to a possibility.
No, what?
Of course it is.
The appeal to a possibility. That's not even a fallacy.
Yeah, of course it is.
That's not. But on top of that,
hold on. You're stating the fact that this is a possibility that this could have happened. This doesn't present evidence that actually happened. That's a possibility that it happened.
A possibility that what happened? That they used an E?
That some Christian later on scratched out.
They did. That's what that is. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like that's exactly what that is.
Where's the evidence that happened? Though?
In the fact that we could see it happening. Why would they put Christians in the margins if it was in the fucking text? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, even the fact that Christian.
Hey, by the way, when it says Christians, it means Christians.
You're laughing, but doesn't change anything.
No. I'm serious, dude. Like, no.
The fact that
no. Listen. No. You're not landing shit. Yeah. Okay.
Cut me off.
Yes, I will do.
I got you.
Will do. You didn't get me on anything. You're saying that it's a possibility. Possibility of what? What happened? We can literally see the eraser mark. We can literally see the E whenever we apply ultraviolet light to the manuscript. Every single researcher and scholar who has taken a look at it with an ultraviolet light sees that the letter was an E. It doesn't even look like an I. It has nothing to do with whether or not it's a possibility. It is a stated fact, even from Christian scholars, that this was Christians first. Why wouldn't it be either? Justin Martyr he uses the term Christians, Marcion uses Christians, and the oldest codex for the New Testament, Codex Sinaiticus, uses Christians. What the fuck are you talking about? It has nothing to do with a possibility. We know for a fact that the word was Christians first. It is a fact. It's not a possibility, it's a fact. It's what you do with it that I guess you could say is a possibility, and that's where the other pieces of evidence come in. But that's how research works, my dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You can. I sent you an invite to unmute. You can talk.
Okay, I was just gonna give you your time there. So you can present on screen the evidence that there's an eraser mark there.
Yeah. Well, okay. Maybe it's the fact that you didn't see it earlier. Here, let me bring it up.
No, I saw the writing. I saw the writing.
What?
I saw that picture that you put. I glanced at the phone and saw the little E that you said looked like a Y. And it should have been an E, but it was some other letter. Right? I saw that. I saw that picture.
Then what
But
are you
that doesn't
referring
present
to?
evidence. That doesn't prove evidence that someone used an eraser and changed it.
You see how this is
appeal to a
attached to the next
possibility.
letter? You
So
see how
you're saying-
E's are
hold on.
attached to the next letter?
Was this transcribed with like a Microsoft printer, or did someone handwrite it?
This is a picture of
Of
a.
course, it's a picture because you don't have the original. I don't think you have the original. But was the original printed out on a Microsoft printer, or did someone handwrite it? And is there a possibility that it could have been a mistake could have been made as they were transcribing this?
If that's what you want to say, that's what you want to say. But
Okay.
you're saying there's a possibility it could have been an E when no, it's a
You're
fact
saying-
it was an E.
You're saying there's a possibility it could have been an E.
No. It is a fact that this used to be an E. If this wasn't an E, then it wouldn't make any sense to put the exact same word in the margins. Why would you do that? What would be the point?
Okay, explain why a Christian in the margins. What the significance? of
Because
that.
it's trying to say that, hey, this word here, which is Christians, refers to Christians. In every single manuscript of Tacitus's Annals, which comes after the 11th century, the word in the text is Christians with an I. The oldest one is the one where it's an E and you see the eraser mark. That's the problem. They look at margins in order to get marginal notes to try to edit the text. That's how
You
things
call
were
it
done
an
back
eraser
then.
mark.
Yes.
You call it an eraser mark.
Yes.
What evidence do you have that it's an eraser mark?
The eraser mark. You can actually see remnants of the rest of the letter.
There's like remnants of rubber there or something.
No, the rest of the ink.
Yeah. I mean, the possibility could be that they just made a transcription error, right?
I don't give a shit.
That's
It
a
still said
possibility.
Christians first.
All right, so we'll go with you're using appeal of possibility.
No, that's not a thing. And also, you tried to say that the appeal to possibility was explicitly for the E. Unfortunately, now that I've proven to you that it was an E, you're now trying to shift and say, oh, you're trying to gaslight and
You've
say,
not
well, the
proven
appeal to
anything.
possibility was actually for what the Christians word was used for or why it was there in the first place. Was it a
You've not
mistake?
approved-
Oh,
you've
well,
not-
I haven't said never whether or not it was a mistake. We're just talking about whether or not it's an E because that's what you're trying to argue wasn't the case when it actually is. My God, dude. Like,
You haven't
at least
proven
pick
it,
an
you're
argument
sh-
first.
Showing the picture. You've not proven it. You're just showing. You're showing.
Yeah,
a
I'm
picture of it.
showing the
And
picture
you're
of it.
saying
Yeah,
there's
that's
an
proof.
eraser mark there.
Yeah, that's how
there's
proof
no
works.
Proof that there's an eraser. Okay, do you know the guy who erased it? Is
No,
there a
we don't
video
know
of the
who.
guy erasing it?
No,
That's what I'm
we
saying,
can
it's
see
all
the
a
actual
possibility,
eraser
bro.
mark, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
You see a broken line there.
Yeah.
Their pen could malfunction during that. Is that not a possibility?
Yeah, and then just pick up like in the space next to it with a little bit of that first letter there. Oh yeah, and that
It's a
definitely looks
human
like
being
the letter
writing
of
it,
an
right?
I, doesn't it? See this letter right here, which doesn't have any darkness down below the initial like stroke of the pen. Same thing going on here with an I in Tiberius. Yeah, you see how this is not at all the same letter? Dude, get your son off of TikTok. Get the fuck off of TikTok yourself and get your nose in a book. We're taking the next guest. That was ridiculous. I'm not wasting my time talking about whether or not, and very obvious E was an E. Okay, what is going on, Flex?
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey, doing good, Flex. What you got?
You know what? Let me first start off by telling you, I've listened to you for about the last 6 months. And every single time I listen to you, I learned something new.
That's good.
And I want to get your book today. And if you could have one of your moderators somehow send me a direct message as to what your website is so I can go and buy your ebook.
It's just on Amazon. There's a link on my bio here on TikTok. It's just Amazon. Just search for Christ Before Jesus. The ebook is $3. That's the cheapest way to get
I
it.
wanna
Yeah.
get it today.
Yeah.
But,
Thanks.
I don't think and if you can just give me a couple minutes, I don't
Okay.
think the listening audience really understand why you press the last
Yes.
panelist that came up.
Yeah.
Because you said to him quite clearly, now that I have shown you in black and white
Mhm.
that this theory of this alleged being that you revered so much from an organization that you have pledged that you're going to tell the whole world about.
Oh, the previous guy. Okay, yeah.
Now you know that your question has been answered. What are you going to do with the information? And he turned to you and said, well, since so many people who have believed in it passed away from believing in it, I still got to press forward with the lie. And I was blown the fuck away. Like, these people, like you said, are so lawless that they will perpetuate and defend it because they somehow got this allegiance to this fictitious bullshit. And they will try to do you and every other human harm in the name of it, thinking that it's some, oh my God, man, that was just like, this is a scary society now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think.
Well, okay, look, here's what I'm saying. People who come up and challenge your prompt, and they claim to have evidence of, yes, he has lived. And then when you very patiently go through the motions and you show them where they can look this up for themselves, and then when you have proven your point, they'll still turn to you and say, I'm going to still promote it anyway. It's like the
Right.
shell
No,
shock
I get
of-
what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, and
You see what I'm saying?
I think the more important thing to really kind of focus on, I mean, I get that people are they want to believe what they want to believe, and they say, hey, I'm not prepared, but that's the thing. He was hiding behind the fact that he wasn't prepared for it. He hadn't really thought about what I pointed out later. What was that the idea that, hey, look, you swore your life to this. You said, this is what I'm going to be for the rest of my life, for years and years and years, and I'm going to say that I'm a Catholic and say that this is true. But when pressed on it, you don't actually have any good evidence as to why you picked it. And you're trying to say, oh, well, that's why I can't have a conversation. You can't have a conversation because you can't have a conversation because you don't have evidence, but yet you can pick a religion to be the rest of your life with the same amount of evidence?
Right.
That's weird.
It's kind of like, it's the reason why I say it's scary because, like, people who come up on your panel to challenge you, first of all, lunch break or not, they have a mission that they're about to crack the code.
Yeah.
And prove you wrong. So it wasn't that he wasn't prepared. No, he knew exactly what he was doing when he came up here. He was prepared. But what he wasn't anticipating in his equation was, what if he really does have the information that proves that this ain't nothing but a story? How will I defend it at that point? And he didn't have a response for that. Then he wanted to, like you said, pivot and move. And then the ultimate thing that struck me was, he said, so many other people in the past died believing it. I'ma still press forward with it. He cleaned it up at the end, but you know he was lying. Because
so be.
you know what I mean? But look, I just wanted to say thank you. I didn't come up here to argue or debate. I'm on your side because I understand what you're trying to do. You're not trying to convert people into anything. You're putting evidence that it's like math. If you're putting up the equation and just saying, hey, yep, I did the same equation, but you have a couple things wrong, and here's what the answer really is. and here's my evidence to support it. And even when you show people, they still fall in love with the lie of the equation, and I'm baffled by that. And to me, it's kind of like now you have to act around these people.
Well, it's baby steps. Baby steps. Eventually you get through them. That's, it's how it works.
Okay,
so hopefully it comes back up, but we'll see. But I do want to get to some other guests.
Yeah, I do. Just to clarify, so after you drop me down, just go to your profile, click the link.
Yeah, up in the top left corner, you should see like a picture, like my little profile name and logo and stuff. You can just click that, and when you click that, it'll take you to my profile, and there will be a little link in my bio under my name. And it says like Linktree or something like that. Just click that, and it'll pull up a bunch of links, and one of them is going to be the Amazon link.
Okay.
And it looks like Dr. Ajim, Queen Dr. Ajim, there in the chat. She messaged you as well, so she probably messaged you a link to the book there if you want to check it out.
Thank you. I'm gonna go do that right now.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm very grateful, and I'm gonna sit back and listen.
All right, thanks. That was Flex, everybody, Flex. Again, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. If you're on YouTube, come on over to TikTok. The link is on the YouTube profile, or you can just hop onto TikTok and search for Christ Before Jesus, which of course is the name of the YouTube channel, the TikTok channel, the project, as well as the book that I was just discussing, Christ Before Jesus. A little bit of a shameless plug here, but Christ Before Jesus is available on Amazon. The ebook is just $3. There's a print version and an audiobook version as well. Let's see if we take a look. Oh, yes. And then there's also mythicism.web.app is a really good website created by Gray Eyes. I believe he's in the chat. Yeah, I saw him earlier. So yeah, Gray Eyes is in the chat on TikTok. He maybe even be on YouTube. They're in the cesspool. but yeah. Mythicism.web.app is an amazing resource. If you're like, hey, I don't want to spend $3 because, hey, that's almost a gallon of gas. It's like half a gallon of gas. Thanks, Trump. Also, I don't want to, fill up my phone with an ebook or buy a print version or whatever. I don't like reading or a lot or scrolling or flipping pages. I don't know. Go check out the website. It's mythicism.web.app. It is an amazing resource with a lot of this material on there, and you can have it pulled up if you are a streamer and you're like, hey, I would like to debate people on existence of Jesus, but I don't really have a lot of the talking points that Jaron knows off the top of his head, at my disposal. Yes, you do. Mythicism.web.app is an amazing resource that you can have pulled up on your screen or something like that off to the side. And when people talk to you about like Josephus, go to Josephus. People talk about Tacitus or Pliny the Elder or Pliny the Younger or Suetonius or Mara Bar Serapin or the Lucian of Samosata's Passion of Peregrines. You can pull it up and you can immediately start talking about it. It is awesome. Gray Eyes did an amazing job with that site. Let's see here. I don't have any guests coming up. Let's see. Yeah, definitely a W to Gray Eyes. There's Lady Huggy. There's also Christina the Godless. If you're looking for a podcast to check out Girls Gone Godless. And they're on YouTube. They're on TikTok. They're on all kinds of places where podcasts are. They are, how would I say this? Off the chain. They're pretty cool. They are some pretty cool people. And me and my co-author were actually interviewed on there. It's not the best episode because there's some better interviews that are on there with more interesting people. But like, if you want some good ideas for who the sexiest Greek god of all time was, you want to check out that episode. There's other episodes I would encourage people to watch other than like the one with me on it. But if you want to see more about me, go ahead, click it. It is season 2, episode 8. But check out the podcast. Christina says it's one of her faves. It's one of her faves. Do I have a sound for one of her faves? No, I'm kidding. Anyways, let's see here. What's the app again? The website is mythicism.web.app. And it is a really good resource for mythist arguments there. over on YouTube, it's wild. Like somebody says "W Jesus" in all caps, and then a couple. The next comment is something about Vietnamese people, I guess. I don't even know. And then the comment after that is Christians are global idiots. It's all over the place on YouTube. YouTube is wild. Absolutely wild. It's funny. Oh, and then, oh yeah, they're actually putting the link there. Oh, thank you very much, Rebel Apostate, for putting the actual, I didn't know you could put links in there. But yeah, you can click that link and you can join up and request up. Have that website built. Oh, that is awesome. It says no thank you. Have you seen the TikTok comments? I'm reading them right now, Bougie Acres BG. Wait, what episode are you on? So my co-author and I, we were interviewed on Girls Gone Godless podcast. That is season 2, episode 8. Go check it out. Go check it out. Slow jeans. Well, I'm trying to bring you up Leon R, but for some reason the connection's not working very well. Leon, if you're there, try to request up. Daniel Aguilera says, why doesn't your co-author ever join the lives? Well, he does, but he's kind of, he's a busy man. And we actually talked a little bit about like joining the lives and stuff like that here before too terribly long. And it's the issue is more centered around the idea that like it can be daunting sometimes for people to come up. Thank you very much. It can be daunting for people to come up and have a conversation about this kind of stuff. So you can imagine that if I have Matthew on here as well at the same time as just both of us, that it might get a little overwhelming for somebody to try to come in and argue. So, Bofa. Bofa. Yeah, farm. Shadow Marengo or whatever your name is. I'm going to go ahead and send you an invite, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite you, but I'm also going to mute you for the entire live. You can continue to watch if you like, or you can accept the invite. You can request up. I want to have a conversation with you, but you can't comment anymore. Hey, there is Virtue 2 Feral, everybody. Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat. Virtue 2 Feral. Yes. Yes, everybody, that is Virtue 2 Feral. Brought to you by Allstate Insurance. Are you in good hands? Virtue 2 Feral isn't. She's constantly having to fight all kinds of crazy crooks and grannies and all kinds of shit over there in wherever the hell she's from. Saying decent Northern Germany or whatever. Where the hell she's from. I don't know. Some place where they build a Ricola things. Whatever. Allstate Insurance. Get Virtue 2 Feral in better hands. All right. All right. He will not come up. He's came up before. I don't know why he stopped. Reverend Dr. Fex says, like, when people are stupid enough to go against Justin, Blitz, and Ian. Yeah, like, who the hell thinks, hey, you know what? I'm going to go up against Justin from Deconstruction Zone, Ian, and Dr. Blitz, and somehow convince them of my religion's truthfulness. You're not going to get very far. You're going to get like 2 words out, and they're going to be like, let me tell you why that's wrong. From the trenches. The cough drop place. Yeah. Oh, Weaselton. That's funny. All right, over there on... yeah, thank you very much. Rebel Apostate is doing a really good job over there. But thank you very, very much for watching over on YouTube and on TikTok. If you're on YouTube and you want to join, request up over on TikTok. The username is Christ Before Jesus, or you can use the link that is in the chat or on the YouTube profile. Come up. If you're on TikTok, the request button should be somewhere in that area or down there-ish, somewhere over there. Just come on up. Get up now. Move on up. Looking for new guests. I will bring you up as soon as you request. Arn says, he, Justin was my first. What? Anyways. Philly Berserker says, nice live topic. I think a bunch of us want to ask you, are you a follower of any religion? Donatology. Donatology, everybody. It's on up there. My first TikTok atheist. Oh, okay. All right. We've got Silly Demon Yo.
Silly Demonio. It's basically just it just means like a devil pepper.
Oh, okay. Why does this guy sound like Zip Zop? Anyways, what's going on?
Not much, brother. How are you?
This guy sounds exactly like Zip Zop. Are you Zip Zop?
Hey, I have a question first before we go any further. You look like that famous guy. I forgot his name. That comedian.
Wilmer Valderrama.
No.
Oh. Oh, okay.
No, I wasn't thinking about that guy. The one that slept with Kanye's wife.
Pete Davidson?
Yeah, that one.
Kanye's wife? Pretty sure they were not together at the time that Pete...
Well, whatever. I don't keep up with that stuff.
How does... You know what? Personally, I am perfectly fine with Kim Kardashian being referred to as Kanye's wife. Because that somehow makes everything worse. All right, so, what do you got there, Pepper?
Actually, I don't even know the subject. I just really wanted to say you look like Pete Davidson. But what is the topic? Don't kick me out. Give me a chance. Jesus and Paul never existed. What the hell? Jesus and Paul? Well, I mean, if you mean like the names, Jesus and Paul, I guess that's true.
Actually, no. The name Paul is a diminutive, or the word Paul is a diminutive. It means the small one. It was not used as a first name prior to Christians showing up.
Well, his name was Saul.
No, that's only in one book.
That's true. I wasn't there. I don't profess to be.
No, I'm serious. Like, it's only in one book of the New Testament. Nowhere in any of the Pauline epistles, which were supposedly written by him, does he mention that he had a former name, let alone mention Shaul.
That is true. But we can say that Jesus' name was not Jesus. It was Yeshua.
If he existed, sure. But every time that he's actually mentioned by anybody initially, it's in Greek, which is Isu.
Yeah. Well.
And even then, they use the nomina sacra, so it doesn't even spell out his name entirely. It just says the first letter and the last letter. Basically, just an I and an S with a little line over it.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing.
Give me the thing.
I did not come prepared for this fight. I promise you.
Well, no worries. But what you got?
But Jesus has been mentioned throughout history by thousands and thousands of historians.
What? What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
I don't know. You mean like today? I mean, Zeus has been mentioned by historians. What does that have to do with anything?
At the time.
Oh, well, no. Then the word thousands would not apply in the slightest. I don't know of any. There's no contemporaries who ever write about him. So I don't know about that. If you want to say like Tacitus and Josephus are historians, even if you want to throw in Suetonius, okay, that's 3. But 2 of those are interpolated into, and the other one doesn't say Jesus or Christ. And he left. That's how that works. But, I mean, then again, he wasn't really prepared to have the conversation. What the hell? I took off my... I took off my... Okay, I know that on YouTube you guys are like, what is he talking about? But no, on TikTok, I took my hat off and they gave the little TikTok, award kind of thing or little thing. I don't know what it's called. But thank you. Yeah, thank you. And by the way, on YouTube, if I ever go, that's because someone on TikTok gave me the little cowboy hat thing. So thank you very much for supporting the live there, supporting the live. If you're on YouTube and you're like, you know what, I actually like this guy. I think that he does some good work and whatnot. You can you can support by either going onto TikTok and whatnot, or by grabbing a copy of the book, Christ Before Jesus. It is available there online. Or even by donating on Cash App, that is $, which I think is in everybody's name, CBJ Book, CBJ Book. And you can throw a little coins to your Witcher if you like. Other than that, we are waiting on people to show up to debate or to bring up an argument for Jesus or Paul. So come on up. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. Over on YouTube, someone says, this is Colin Donnell 8975 says, grifter that relies on the uneducated and ignorant. So for starter, in order to educate somebody on a topic, they would need to be previously ignorant to it / uneducated. You know that's how that works, right? Also, it's not a very good grift if it's just a $3 ebook that's going against the grain. If I wanted to grift you, I would sell a $20 devotional and say that data science proves Jesus, because you'd never look at the data science anyways. You're uneducated and ignorant. Thank you. Thank you for the little hand heart there. Yeah, it's an awful grift. $3? And Jeff Bezos gets one of those. My co-author gets one of them. I'm grifting for $1? Oh my God. Link to book. The link to the book is in my bio here on TikTok and also on the profile there for YouTube. It is on Amazon. Yeah, check it out. Let's see. That blackberry pepper is... I don't even know what that means. Christians would watch Joel Osteen, then call Jaron a grifter. Yeah, yeah. Would have been part of a mega church as a pastor. I don't even know. Oh, currently downing a Dr. Pepper Blackberry while playing this in the background. That's what they're talking about. Okay, okay. Everybody in the chat's talking. Okay, thank you for the explanation. That's funny. Atheist Power. Grim's on there. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and add him as a mod because man, the YouTube comments are nuts. I don't know. I mean, those are nuts. I don't even understand. I don't even understand. All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus, request up. The request button should be right about there or down there. Come on, guys. So crazy. Oh my God. We may need to let's see. Oh no. Well, I don't know if that's it. We may need to do a restart on the TikTok side. We can do that. Every once in a while, we'll do that. Should we do it? Should we do a restart on the TikTok side? Maybe. I don't know. Does it get to that point? Maybe. Daniel Aguilera says, anyone in chat got advice on how to tackle this conversation with family? Definitely be prepared to have a conversation about it, going over a whole bunch of different topics. I would suggest having mythicism.web.app open on your phone just in case. But I think the biggest thing to do is to set the ground rules or to set the stage for the conversation by saying, hey, do you care about whether or not what you believe is actually true? And if they say, yes, we want to believe something that's true, and said, okay, great. Do you care about whether or not there's evidence for it? Like, or what would you do if there was evidence against it? That kind of thing. And then, you know, see what they say. If they say, oh, well, if there was evidence against it, then I wouldn't believe it anymore. That means you're going to have a fruitful conversation, or likely you would, unless they're being an, intellectually dishonest piece of shit there, which is possible. But yeah, I would definitely start off by saying, do you care about whether or not you believe whether or not what you believe is true? And what would you do if you were provided evidence to the contrary? Like, what would that do? And then kind of get into things and say, okay, so what would be your argument for Jesus? You know, that kind of thing. And then start asking things. Now, if they asked you what would be your evidence against Jesus, I would point out, and you can go to the link there on mythicism.web.app. You can go to the section on anachronisms, and you can say these things are how we know that stories don't make sense because they don't line up with history, that kind of thing. But the main thing is to try to maintain a level of cordiality and care and sympathy for how somebody is going through these things. Now, obviously, I get a little spicy every once in a while, little spicy. But the reason for that is because I match energy. If somebody's going to come up here and be like, oh my God, you're going to go to hell, then I'm like, oh my God, fuck you. Or something, I don't know. Anyways, what's going on? Is that DS or is that D's?
It's DS. It's DS and not D's. I just want to ask the question: what do you based on that Jesus didn't exist? I get Paul, even that the story about Paul is okay, but Jesus is Isa in the Islam and the Christianity. Mm-hmm. So, and they talk about him the worldwide. He's in the Quran. He's in the Bible. So why do you think that he never exists?
Fun fact, I can tell what religion you are because of how you pronounce the name of that book. That being said,
yeah, I'm a Muslim. I had no problem with Christians. I have no problem with Christians, Buddhists, but I just want to know why you think that he never existed.
Yeah.
That is a crazy claim.
It's not that crazy. So that's because the way that he's portrayed there in the New Testament just does not line up with history. It just doesn't line up with history. And seeing as, Islam is taking a look at Christianity, it's an offshoot of Christianity, so it takes a look at that and says, hey, let's try to fix it or like reform it, if you will. It's not going to go anywhere because not only are they an offshoot of something that is presenting a guy who never existed, but also it's using some of the later text from that same group, like the Parable of the Seven Sleepers or the Infancy Gospel of Thomas, which is based off of the earlier Christian ideas of Jesus' existence in the first century, which didn't happen. So, in other words, if I can use, or if I can show that Jesus didn't exist just using the New Testament, then that's automatically going to take away the Quran and even the Book of Mormon as well, which later on tries to steal the Jesus concept.
Aha, I get you. But yeah, okay, that was my question. I just want to know where you stand. I don't think that's how I know that Jesus existed as a person.
Well, how did you determine he existed as a person?
I know it by the Quran. I know everything in the Quran is the truth. I
know you're gonna laugh at that doesn't make any sense. I mean, how did you determine that? Okay, fair enough. How did you determine that the Quran was historically reliable when talking about Jesus? How did you determine that?
It's not about only Jesus. There's no contradiction.
No, that's fine.
That means that
has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're trying to figure out, because this is all about Jesus and Paul. I understand that Paul is not mentioned in the Quran, but Jesus is. How did you determine that it was historically reliable when talking about that character in the Quran?
Because the same story goes in the Quran that he was a son of Mary, virgin, and so on and so on.
So how did you determine that was historically reliable? I get what it says. How did you determine that was reliable?
The story, the stories. I believe in the word of God, but the story backs it up. There was Jesus was son of Mary, that he was born without father.
What backs it up?
God, the story. The Christianity backs it up, and
what? No, that doesn't make any sense.
No, so Jesus was not son of Mary.
No, it just didn't exist.
Come on, bro.
Wait, what on this background makes you think that I wasn't going to say that Jesus didn't exist? Well, God damn it! If the New Testament says it, it must back up the Quran. Like, what are you talking about?
No. Well, it's because that you argue that he didn't exist, don't make any sense, because he did exist.
No, he didn't. I'm asking you, where's the evidence? And you said the Quran, and then I said, okay, that's fine. How did you determine that was historically reliable? And you said because of the Bible. You just go in a big circle.
No. Christianity and Islam confirms that Jesus, son of Mary, existed.
No, it doesn't. Islam is an offshoot of Christianity, just like Mormonism. Mormonism doesn't help establish Jesus as a real person any more than the Bible does. A lot less, because it's written a lot later. Why would the Quran help somehow, like, give evidence for something 500 years prior?
Okay, I'm a Muslim, and I don't read the Bible, but I know there's a lot of stories that are valid in the Bible.
Okay, that's fine, but how did you determine that it was historically reliable?
Just 1 second.
How did you determine it was historically reliable when talking about Jesus? I understand there are real stories to some extent, but how did you determine it was reliable on Jesus?
Jesus, son of Mary, is one of them. Jesus.
Okay, that's fine. How did you determine that?
Because the Quran confirms it.
Okay, so in other words, the Bible is not true unless the Quran confirms it, but the Quran is true because Christianity confirms it, and Christianity is true because the Quran confirms it, and Quran is true because Christianity.
I think.
You see how that's You see how that's it's well. What? Let me draw out a little map here. So we're gonna call the Quran. It's gonna be this Q, okay, and then we're gonna have the New Testament. Okay, that's the NT. All right. So the Quran is true because it's backed up by this, all right? Now the New Testament is true because it's backed up by this. And this continues on like this until you get, I don't know if you know this, but Muhammad. What I'm saying is that it's a circle. It's a circle.
Muhammad the prophet, did he exist?
Yes.
He existed.
Yes, he existed. Yes, he's a real person.
Oh man. Okay. He's a real person. So Jesus, Isa, never existed. I don't understand what you gave. How do you come to that he never existed? So should the Quran? So God, should he lie? Should he lie with all the prophets?
It doesn't have anything to do with God. If the story is not true, then God doesn't have anything to do with it.
That is also true, but God confirms Isa,
no, he
the
doesn't.
son of Mary.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Well, yeah. If you appeal to magic, then sure. But like ultimately, Islam is an offshoot of Christianity. It's borrowing from the Christian material that came out prior. Like I said, the parable of the seven sleepers, the infancy gospel of Thomas, which is pulling information from the Bible or the New Testament that came out in the middle of the 2nd century. And these stories are filled with anachronisms, which shows that the stories are not actually lining up with history or archaeology or geography and stuff like that. There's multiple issues. We see the stories of Jesus, both supernatural and natural, as well as the teachings, coming from prior sources. So it's basically Christianity comes up with the mythology, and then it becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire in the late 4th century. And then almost 300 years later, we get the Quran that is somehow, it's based off of some of that material, but Islam is a hard-nosed monotheistic Christianity. They take the concept of Christianity and say, we don't like how you guys have the different gods. I thought this was supposed to be monotheism. So we're going to say that guy's not the Son of God. The Holy Spirit, that's weird. God is just one thing. And I mean, good on them, I guess, for kind of reforming Christianity, if you will, or trying to, I guess. But nevertheless, it's still based off of Christianity. So if Christianity got it wrong in its historicity, in its like historical claims, then it's
got it wrong.
yeah, it's not. It's just kind of based off of something that got it wrong to begin with. It's not really Islam's fault. It's not really Muhammad's fault. It's more just that like he grew up in an area that is right outside of the Roman Empire, which was Christian. And so he's hearing all these ideas, and he doesn't know whether or not this shit actually happened. No one else does either, because they believe it. Like, it's just kind of how it goes.
Then the Quran, if that is true, what you said, it is the Abrahamic religion, so they will be the same God, the same messenger. So I get that point. I don't understand why you don't.
Well, the
believe
theology
in the
is
Bible
not really.
I'm just gonna finish. I understand why when you look at the Christianity's book, it's a lot of contradiction that you believe he's not there. But if that was true, what you just said, then the Quran wouldn't have said that Jesus never got crucified, he never died. Why shouldn't Muhammad just play along with the Christian books and put the crucifixion in the Quran? Why isn't nothing the Quran?
Because there's Christian books that say he didn't get crucified. That's an idea that
Protestants, yes, that's true. There are some
that's true. No. So it's Gnostic. So there are some Gnostic beliefs that were out there that said that he didn't get crucified. I don't know exactly why the authors of the the authors of the Quran had like hyper focused on that concept of, or agreed with that concept of him not being crucified. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but nevertheless, okay, cool. Like that's something that's not really. It's just some Gnostic idea. But because of the fact that the Quran says that Jesus was not crucified, that means that you can't really point to anything outside of Christianity that's going to somehow give evidence for it. Because literally anything that you could point to, like if you thought that Tacitus was good reference for Jesus, or Suetonius, or Josephus, if you felt like that was good evidence for Jesus, unfortunately, what you'd end up with is a text that says he was crucified. So, and obviously I don't think that's good evidence for Jesus. I don't think he existed. But even if you did think that was good, that would still go against the Quran. The Quranic version of Jesus definitely didn't exist. But like the New Testament version also didn't exist, and that's a problem.
Okay. Yeah, my thing is that I get Paul. I get Paul that.
Well,
for me,
Paul sucks, so don't worry about him. But
yeah, exactly,
on Jesus.
Exactly, I agree with you there. But when it talks, it's because that if Islam was a continued of Christianity, like you said, why should the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, put the crucifixion in there? If there is no religion, there is no God. He just want to convince people. He just wanted people to follow it. There is no prophets. There is no God. There is
wait.
Abrahamic.
I'm trying to figure out what you're at. So are you saying if the story is not historical, why would he put it in the Quran? Is that what you're asking?
No, because the crucifixion is historical. And people says, the Christian says that historically it can be can be tracked.
So just
And my
reframe your question
is-
or rephrase it, because I wasn't really following what you're asking.
Why should the Prophet Muhammad, may God's peace be upon him,
Yeah.
not put the crucifixion? But that's how I show the respect.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
know,
have to show,
but
I show respect, yeah.
I get that you're going to respect it. I'm not going to be like, oh, you didn't say it. You didn't say it.
Why shouldn't Muhammad the Prophet? Why shouldn't he put the crucifixion in? Because the story, the Christian claims that historically it's valid and it can be proven.
Right,
so
yeah.
why shouldn't he put that in?
Okay, so like what? Okay, that's because of the fact that there's already a belief within Gnosticism that he didn't get crucified, that someone else took his place. Like there was a belief swirling around within early Christianity, even that was the story. Like,
but the problem is it keeps.
We
the
even
same
see that in
character. It
Japan.
says-
Like Japan has a supposed tomb of Jesus. I'm not even shitting you. It's in like the Shinto village or something like that. I don't know. Let me see. Tomb of Jesus, Japan. Is it Shingo. Shingo. That's it. It is Kirisuto no Haka is the supposed location here for this thing. I'm not even shitting you. You're about to see something that is probably going to blow your mind. All right. This is supposedly the tomb of Jesus over in Japan. It is weird as shit. I have no idea why this is even a thing, but they have a story that says that according to claims made by the Sabaguchi family, J names. Jesus came to Japan when he was 21 years old and went into religious training for 12 years before going back and spreading Christianity. And the claims Jesus Christ did not die on the cross at Golgotha. Instead, a man alleged to be his brother, Isukiri, took his place on the cross while Jesus escaped across Siberia and crossed the sea into current day.
What?
Yeah. It's weird. It doesn't make any sense, but nevertheless, that is the story. So you do have these claims that Jesus didn't actually die. Muhammad putting the stuff in there, or whoever puts the books together, or the Quran having this material, is not like unique, if that makes sense. It's different, but it's not unique. There are definitely other ideas of Jesus not dying on the cross and someone else taking his place. Like, it was already a thing. Some people believe that
before the Quran, that's your claim.
Yes, it was a thing
Yeah, okay.
because some of the Gnostic texts from the 2nd century and early 3rd century talked about how Jesus could not die because he was God. So therefore, it must have been like he was portrayed like it was a different. It was something else. Like he could have been. It could have been a spirit who was crucified or something, or someone who looked like him, or a ghost, or someone took his place, or that whole story just was left out. It's all over the place. So by the time you get the version of Christianity that Muhammad is familiar with over out on the outskirts of, or just outside of the Roman Empire, he's going to hear some kind of kooky things, or he's probably going to have he's not going to get the mainstream. If it was mainstream, then Islam wouldn't be Islam. It would be just Christianity. But it's
I get your point. I get your point. You know what? I'm gonna check this out and I just follow you. I will be back another day. I never thought about this way. Why you feel it, why you think it. But now I get your point, and I'm gonna research it, and I will be back another day.
All right,
Thank you
and
for
hey,
respecting me and
look,
having me
listen.
here. Yeah.
Don't fuck this up. But you are so far. I've been doing this for over 2 years. You are by far my favorite Muslim guest so far. Don't come back in here and ruin it by doing all kinds of crazy claims and stuff like that. But definitely.
I wouldn't.
We
Thank
usually
you very
they
much for
don't
having
stick
me.
around for very long, and we end up accidentally chasing them off by saying something.
No, brother, I respect you. If you, I don't think that morality and empathy comes from religion. I think people without a religion can have high morals and empathy and so on and so on. So I think that you should respect all people, beside the color, religion. That doesn't matter. Human beings first. Thank you. Peace be upon you, brother. I will be back another again.
And also with you or whatever. I don't know what. Okay, I know the Catholic thing. What are you supposed to say whenever someone's?
You just say peace, brother. You wish me
That's
peace.
it.
Just
That's
peace.
the
good.
response
Yeah,
whenever it
that's
says
good.
peace be upon you. You just say peace.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, peace. I wish peace upon you. Yeah, it's beautiful.
All right. Peace out, man. Yeah.
Peace out, brother. Peace out. Peace.
All right. Okay. We do. Let's see here. We've got somebody coming back from earlier. Let's see here. No peace upon you too. I don't know. Look. Any Muslim who sticks around and is able to kind of laugh at themselves whenever I do this and claim it to be Muhammad is somebody he's a good sport. He's a good sport. So, I'm going to tip my hat to that and keep moving. I think he was a pretty chill guy. Obviously we disagree, but, he can go out and find some stuff and he can come back. All right. He was kind of a chill guy. All right. What is going on? You still are on your kid's profile? Change profiles, man. What are you doing? What?
I don't have a TikTok.
Then how did you say
you hear
you're? You had alluded to the idea that you were accidentally like on your kid's profile. Why did your kid have a profile? I mean, I understand that like he's trying to get followers for like wrestling or something like that, but he's 9 years old, dude. If he's capable of seeing lives like this,
Can you? I don't know. I don't have my headphones in, so I don't know if you can hear me great.
well, there's a bit of a delay. There's a bit of a delay there. So I apologize for speaking over you, but that's just
Okay.
kind of the delay. That's a connection thing. But like, your kid is clearly capable of coming across a live like this, where I'm over here saying the F word and talking about my dick.
He doesn't have access to it. He don't have access to it.
Why is
I manage it for him?
What? But
it's exposure so that other national wrestling teams see his stuff. He's more on Instagram than TikTok, and he gets invites to like all over the Southeast to wrestle on dual teams. He's a phenomenal little wrestler.
All right,
And
fair
yet
enough.
To get real exposure is this way. It's the easiest way to share his content.
Okay, so it's your TikTok,
We're looking
but
at
it's your
collegiate
son.
scholarships when he turns that,
You're promoting your son on your TikTok. Is basically what's happening then.
I got 2 followers and like 4 videos. I don't use it very much. I'm only here because you said it's the only way to get to you.
Fair enough. Okay. So what?
That makes sense.
What have you got now? What have you got now?
Okay, Josephus.
Uh-huh.
Do you recognize Josephus's writings?
I recognize them. Like I'd probably be able to pick them out of a lineup.
Are they authentic?
For the most part, most of what he talks about is pretty darn good. He does say that he's pulling from some sources every once in a while. A lot of the things are over his lifetime, you know, during his lifetime, you know, the wars of the Jews and stuff.
Writes about, so Josephus writes about there was once a wise man named Jesus who lived in Judea. He also mentions James, the brother of Jesus.
Okay. Yeah, your connection is
writes a lot about
really bad. There's a really bad connection.
other
It's going to
Roman
be a
historians, Roman
huge delay.
figures. Hold on, I'm going in.
Okay. Well, if you can, try to
Hold on.
connect to Wi-Fi or something like that.
I don't have great service. Hey, can you hear me now? Yeah, I disconnected. Can you hear me now?
Okay, that might be better.
Hey.
Still here.
All right. So what do you say about Josephus?
Well, unfortunately, the
He
testimony
wasn't a Christian. He was.
Oh, okay, we still got a little bit of a delay there. Either get on Wi-Fi or go off of Wi-Fi or whatever it is to help with the delay.
All right. So I put in headphones and I'm on Wi-Fi now.
Okay, hopefully that fixes it. I have no idea. Oh yeah, I did hear the dog there, so we got to play that.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pet that dog?
Anyways, so the Testimonium Flavianum, which is found in Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3, is actually an interpolation from Eusebius, writing a little over 200 years after the death of Jesus. The James passage seems to be authentic to the writings of Josephus. However, the Jesus is identified later on in that passage as Jesus, the son of Damnius, who becomes high priest in the early 60s. So it wouldn't be the Jesus from the Bible.
I know his earliest writings. We don't have his originals. I think
Right.
the medieval time is the first collection.
Yeah, the
from
oldest
Josephus.
thing from Josephus we have comes from the 10th century. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying in the Antiquity of the Jews, you're saying that the Jesus reference there, he later references as someone else's son?
Yeah, so the Jesus and James passage, that Jesus is identified as Jesus, son of Damnius. In the rest of that passage, if you read the rest of that passage, it tells you who it is.
Okay. So, this question here, last question. So, do you, as far as like the majority goes, do you think you hold the viewpoint of Jesus not being real and Paul not being real? Is the vast majority of people believe that way, or
no?
because the majority of historians believe that Jesus was a real person, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a small minority that argue against his even existence.
Okay.
Does that don't create like doubt in you that the stance you hold might be not right?
Nope. I just care about the evidence. Does the amount of Muslims out there in the world create doubt in your mind that Jesus died on the cross?
Well, no, but
Okay. Well, then I don't
we
give a
ha-
shit.
but there's difference. Like you can read the Quran and
Yeah.
see the contradictions in the Quran. I mean, you could see that this things.
You can read the New Testament and see the contradictions in the New Testament. The Gospels contradict each other.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, they do. When was Jesus born? During the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, during a census, or during the reign of King Herod?
Well, the difference here is you had 40 different authors writing the book.
No,
so
these
they
are just
do it-
two Gospels.
Hold on,
There's
let me
only
finish
two
this
Gospels
point.
that have a birth story.
Let me just finish. The
No,
point.
what you're
Okay,
saying
even-
isn't
okay,
relevant
two
because we
different-
only have two authors who write a birth story. So I don't care about the other 40 authors. Who cares?
Okay, so not all the people who wrote the gospel were disciples. First off, so
That's
if you
fine,
have-
but we only have
if you
two
have an
Gospels. I didn't say disciples. I said Gospels.
well, my point for that was close followers of Jesus or people who wrote secondhand.
Mhm.
That was the distinction I was making there.
So you
Also,
think that maybe if
if
they
you have
were
two-
closer to Jesus, then they would be more reliable?
No, I'm saying that if you have two pedestrians on a sidewalk and they watch a car crash, are they going to see it differently?
Yeah,
Are
but
they- are
is
they
one
gonna
going to say
notice
that
from
it
different
happened
angles?
10 years before the other one?
I'm not aware of
Well,
that. I'll look into
that's
that.
the problem.
All
right,
you
so
don't have
we're
to
going to look
concede
into
that's
it
the point.
now.
Okay.
Here. Not a problem, man. Thanks for coming up, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at it. Hang tight. We'll bring this up. So, when it comes to... let me see. I think it will.
While you're looking that up,
Here
my
we go.
point
Luke
earlier-
2.
okay.
It says, in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered, or like a census. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. Okay. So it says it's while Quirinius is governor of Syria. We actually know that this census actually happens. The census of Quirinius is actually found to be in 6 CE or 6 AD. Fair enough?
You're using what there?
Well,
What'd you use to reference that?
I mean, what do you want me to reference?
No. I'm just asking what.
Well,
what'd you-
this
is
this
that
site itself is
Wikipedia?
just Wikipedia, but what do you want?
Okay. No, I'm just asking.
When was the census of Quirinius? 6. I mean, wait, how many sources do you want?
No, I just was asking. That's all.
Okay, cool.
I didn't see the header. That's all.
Okay, not a problem. So Matthew chapter 2 says that he was born during the reign of King Herod. All right? In the time of King Herod, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea. So he's born and King Herod is still alive. He ends up having a speaking line over here. He secretly calls for the Magi and then he talks to them and everything like that. And then he ends up unaliving a whole bunch of kids over in an area over in Bethlehem. So he's got actions and he's got speaking lines. King Herod.
Okay, hold on.
Yep.
So you realize the Bible's sorry, I stutter. An
Not a problem.
historical document, right?
Yeah, sounds good. So
It's an
King
historical
Herod
document.
dies in
But
4
hold on, let me
BCE.
make this point. King Herod dies in 4 BC. You say
Yeah.
he has a speaking point. I just want to point out that they can quote his words without him being alive, right?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
You ever-
That
I
wasn't
know,
my
you're
argument.
saying- You're making the point. I understand.
No, I'm
I-
just
I-
saying that
I-
he's
you know.
actively involved in the story is all that I was saying.
If I close this out and look something up, was it gonna do something funky?
No, as long as you come back within within a minute or something, it's not going to kick you out. Yeah. To anybody who's watching, I mean, now you can hear me. I just can't hear you. Whenever you're ready to talk or whenever you find your information, you just hop back in here. And if you're out too long, TikTok will kick you out. But anyways, that being said, to anybody who's watching, yes, King Herod dies in 4 BCE, and Quirinius, the governor of Syria, starts his reign in 6 and does his census in 6. So, there you go. So that would be a contradiction. And not just any contradiction, a contradiction of 10 years minimum. I understand the concept of what he was trying to get at. Like, oh, if you're on one side of the street and, I'm on the other side of the street and we both witness a car crash or something like that, and then we give a police statement or something like that, that's perfectly fine. I get that. I understand where you're coming from. But that's called perception, or how you perceive the actual thing, or like your own vantage point or your own viewpoint. And that's fine. I can see the car crash and say, oh, I think it was car A's fault. And you can see it from the other side of the street and say, I think it's car B's fault. And the police can even take that down and say, okay, from this angle it looked like this, from this angle it looked like this, and then they can piece together what happened. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But if I go to the police and say this happened 10 years ago, or this happened in 1990, and you say it happened in 2000,
hey, can you hear me?
That's no longer perception. That's now a contradiction. Okay, what's going on?
Which Herod are you referring to died in?
This
4
is
BC?
King Herod, Herod the Great.
You know there are multiple Herods, right?
Yep, and in Matthew 2, it tells you exactly which one it is, because it says that his son Herod Archelaus is the one who replaces him, letting us know that would be. It says, but when he heard, that's just Archelaus was ruling Judea in place of his father Herod. What that means is that the Herod that died right here in verse 20 is actually Herod the Great. In fact, no other Herod was a king. Go ahead.
Herod Antipas was.
No, he wasn't.
You're telling me Herod wasn't king during Jesus's, didn't die in 39 AD? 39 BCE, as you would say?
What? Antipas?
Yeah, sorry. I've mispronounced it.
So, no, Herod Antipas, that's not who that is. He's not a king. Not really. He's a tetrarch. But nevertheless, this wouldn't be him. That wouldn't make any sense, because Herod Antipas is not Herod Archelaus' father.
I'll read this then. I'm not going to pull off your live stream to go and read. It would take me too long to look at this. So I'll read this. If you're correct, then I'll read it, right? My point earlier when you kicked me was,
I mean, Herod. Okay, listen.
X.
Just listen. Herod Archelaus is the son of Herod the Great. That is explicitly stated in Matthew 2. It is also something that we know to be a fact because of coins and archaeology of the time and historians. Herod Archelaus does replace King Herod, Herod the Great, as the ethnarch of Judea when King Herod dies. That's fine. But
I don't expect you for me to just take your word for it. You want me to go read this for myself, right?
Well, I mean, either way, it's not going to make any difference because this is a contradiction. I mean, hell, even if you wanted to do something within the Bible, I mean, what do you want to find a contradiction that doesn't require us to take a look somewhere else?
I'm not. Sure, go ahead.
Sounds good. All right. So let's see here. In John chapter 19, this says right here. Let's see. When Pilate heard these words, so Jesus is in court. When Pilate heard these words, he brought Jesus outside and sat on the judge's bench at the place called the Stone Pavement, or in Hebrew, Gabbatha. Now, it was the day of preparation for the Passover, and it was about noon. All right? So Jesus is still in court around noon, correct?
Yeah, that's what it looks like it says, yeah.
It looks like it says that, or it says that?
Well, I mean, I'm going to go read the Greek, or translate it from the Greek, look at like a Strong's to look at these definitions, but go ahead.
You read Greek?
No, I said I'll use a Strong's to do it.
Okay, cool. So what we're going to do real fast is we're going to go take a look at the Greek then. I'll do it for you. Don't have to worry about, copping out and trying to say, oh, no, I'll just go take a look at it later, and then you don't actually go take a look at it.
Well, I mean, I read all the time. I'll look at it.
Yeah, not a problem. No, we'll look at it now. Let's see. When it talks about,
were you once like a Christian and decided the evidence pointed against it?
I mean, what? Or the existence of Jesus? Yeah.
No, I'm saying, were you once a Christian and then now you feel like the evidence points against his existence, or that Christianity is true?
Yeah, against his existence, yes. Okay. So what this says here, the exact
Were you
wording, they
Catholic
don't
or-
have the exact wording, they don't have the word noon, they have the 6th hour because they start counting from dawn. All right. So here's the Greek itself for this verse 14 here. Let's see. And the literal translation is, was yet preparation of the Passover hour, yet as if 6th, and he is saying to the Judeans, be perceiving the king of you. So here's your king, that kind of thing. Look at your
Okay.
king, behold your king. And it says 6th, it's like the 6th hour is what it's saying. It was the 6th hour.
Okay, I see it. Yeah.
Okay. So this is what we find in the text itself. All right. That's why whenever they make translations and they try to bring it into terms that we would use today, they say it was about noon because that would correspond with the 6th hour of the day, starting
Yeah, I'm
at
familiar with
dawn.
this. Yeah.
Does that make
I
sense?
gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the problem. If we take a quick look here, we're now going to go to Mark 15. It explicitly says, in verse 25, it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him.
Go back to the previous passage.
He's still alive. He doesn't get crucified until later.
Scroll back up. Sorry. Let's see.
Noon is the easiest time of day to actually be able to tell because the sun is straight up. In fact, over in Mark, we see that darkness starts showing up. When it was noon, darkness came over the whole land until 3 in the afternoon.
Now go back to the next the passage after that you showed.
You know, like, which one? The one that explicitly
one-
says it was 9?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
There it is. Pretty straightforward.
Go. Can you do the Greek in that too?
The Greek for
Or
that
the-
one? Yep, not a problem. That's going to be Mark chapter 15. What we're going to do is we're going to scroll down here and this is on scriptureforall.org. It is not some weird mythicist or atheist thing. This is a Christian thing. And verse 25, there we go. It's going to say the 3rd hour. Let me zoom in here. And right here. The exact line was yet our 3rd, and they impale, and that gets translated to crucify, which goes back to what I was saying earlier about like a stake, not necessarily a cross necessarily. Him
I'll
was on the
concede
writing
these.
of the cross. Yeah. So this is without even having to go out of the Bible, we can see that this is a contradiction. Like
I concede the
you can just see it.
contradictions.
So what my point is that it's just if you can
doesn't
say that the
prove that
Quran
Jesus isn't real.
Well, yeah, but the reason we're bringing this up is because you're like, oh, well, there's contradictions in the Quran. Well, there's contradictions in the New Testament. So I mean, it's on the same par, or it's
But you've heard of the
Same
Islamic
level.
dilemma, right?
Have you heard of the fact that
This-
Jesus never existed? I don't
Well,
care
this is-
about
this is
some
an
kind of
idea.
weird dilemma or something like that. I mean, yeah, sure, their book is hundreds of years later, but it's based off of Christianity, which was already based off of a myth anyways, so it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't...
The whole idea of the Islamic dilemma just negates the entire book altogether because if I'm not going to rehash the Islamic dilemma. I'm sure you've heard it before.
I don't think this is going to get anywhere for the historical Jesus.
No, but the possibility of X doesn't make X true, right? This is the fallacy I was trying to present earlier. The appeal to possibility.
Mhm.
The possibility that the letter that you pointed out in Tacitus's writings, the possibility of that letter being wrong or changed doesn't make the possibility of X doesn't make X true.
Okay, cool. That's why supporting evidence is usually something that people try to bring up or go for. Yeah, as Pavel or 335 there on YouTube says, you're thinking that disproving Islam somehow makes yours true. I don't give a shit as to whether or not Islam is true.
No, I'm not trying to disprove Islam. That wasn't my point.
Well, regardless, the evidence against Jesus is insurmountable, especially when you have stories like in Matthew 23, when it talks about rabbis and goes out of its way in Greek to use the term rabbi, which is a Hebrew or Aramaic term, when the first rabbi doesn't show up until 70 CE or 70 AD with the fall of the temple. Yohanan ben Zakkai is the first rabbi. He starts the first rabbinic school. That's when rabbinic Judaism starts, because no longer are you going to the Cohen, who would be a Levite priest in the temple, because there's no more temple. So the fact that in Matthew 23, well, throughout the entire Gospels, Jesus is referred to as rabbi, which is weird, but in Matthew 23, he explicitly talks about rabbis. He even talks about where they sit and how they treat each other and what they wear. This is weird because that's 40 years before the first rabbi. But these texts, the New Testament is written in the 2nd century. That is why they're making these mistakes. That's why these things are popping up. That's why these errors and these contradictions exist, because every gospel is a different sect of Christianity's take, or a slightly different sect of Christianity's take on the story. They hear this story. It's first published by Marcion in 144, and Jesus is not portrayed as like an actual human being, but people like that story, and over time they make him more historical. They give him a birth story that contradicts itself, multiple birth stories that contradict. And then you have like different genealogies. The genealogy that is also given in Matthew and Luke, as well as that timing issue with like Quirinius and Herod, the genealogies don't even line up because they contradict. They're coming from two different people who are trying to tell their own version of a story that they were not there for. Hell, they're writing so late that even their grandparents couldn't have been alive to see it. So it's just a story. It's just a mythology. That's all that it is. Nowhere in the Gospels does it ever say, I, the author of this text, actually saw Jesus during his earthly ministry, or I'm a disciple. Never once does it say that. It's just how it goes.
You're saying, you just said no one that wrote any of the Gospels said they saw him?
Correct.
Is that what you said?
There is no one, none of the authors of the Gospels ever say, I saw Jesus. Hell, there's not even anybody, not even any church fathers.
Paul didn't say he saw him? Paul said
that wouldn't make any sense. If Paul saw Jesus, no. First of all, Paul doesn't actually write Acts, and the Damascus Road conversion story, which contradicts itself, by the way, is only found in Acts.
How does the Damascus Road contradict itself?
Because it's said twice. The story is told twice in Acts. Once it says that the people who are with Paul can see a light but hear no sound. And then another one, it says that they hear a voice but they don't see anything. Yeah, so it contradicts itself even in Acts. But nevertheless, Paul doesn't even write that. So Paul actually never says anything about seeing Jesus.
Stuff. I've never noticed this stuff. I'm going to read it.
Yeah, but again, that's only in Acts, and Paul doesn't write Acts. Paul doesn't write Acts. So Paul never says, I saw Jesus.
Luke, I mean, I know Luke does, but I'm just...
No, it never says in Acts that Luke does either.
Well, it's what people generally believe.
Why? It doesn't say anything about Luke. Writing it, at least.
His writing style.
His writing... How do you determine what Luke's writing style was?
Because he wrote Luke, and they compared it to Luke.
Nowhere in the Gospel of Luke does it say that Luke wrote it. So how did you determine it was Luke's writing style? You see the problem here? It's just, yeah, and that's fine, I don't mistake my laughing here for like actually like making fun of you and trying to belittle you. It's just the fact that like this is something that I feel like most people should have at least at some point in time said, hey, why? When someone told me that Luke wrote this, but it never says that Luke wrote it, why did I believe them? And when they said, and Acts was also written by the same people, it never says Luke wrote it. So where are they getting this idea?
I don't pretend to know a bunch about this. You probably know far more about the Bible than I do. I'll be honest there. But I'm sure there are tons of other people that would have a better conversation with you. I mean, Jay Dyer,
the easiest thing to do is to look up online. How do we know that Luke himself wrote it? And there's not going to be a single person, not a single apologist, Christian scholar, anything that is going to say we can tell.
You don't think an early church father?
No one even says they knew Luke.
Irenaeus or Athanasius.
Irenaeus
none of
would be
them.
Irenaeus is the first time we get the gospel associated with Luke, and that is in 180 to 185. So are you saying that we have that Luke is traveling around with Paul and writes down shit sometime in the first century, but we don't get
I
anything
don't
until
think Luke travels with
180?
Paul anywhere. I don't think Luke travels with Paul anywhere.
No,
does he?
Luke's supposed to be traveling with Paul. He's a doctor who travels with him.
Anyway,
That's the
I
idea.
used to watch this. Luke. I used to play that, but don't play.
What about Ignatius?
What about him?
I'm just saying, I find it hard that no early church father, especially like I would call like spiritual sons of the disciples,
None of them claim to
don't
be.
mention any of this in writing.
They don't claim to be. There's not any church fathers who say they know a disciple.
Have you ever debated like Jay Dyer or any of the Ortho Bro guys?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But I mean, there's no church father who says I know a disciple. The closest you can get to that is someone who later on claims that they knew a disciple. Like I think Ignatius is said to have known John, but he never says it. Polycarp is said to be a hearer of John, but he never says it. We don't have any text that's from them that says I knew John or anything like that. It's just a later claim. It's because the Gospels or the authors, these church fathers later on, they said, hey, the church fathers, they started focusing on apostolic lineage. Whether or not you're Orthodox or Catholic or Coptic or whatever, they tried to say, hey, we have a line that goes back to Jesus. Most of the time it's associated through Peter or John or whatever, but no, there's no, it only becomes a concern at the end of the 2nd century because they're trying to establish their gospels as being the authority. Midway through the 2nd century in 144 is the first time we get a gospel, and this is Evangelion, published by Marcion, who does not claim any kind of apostolic lineage or anything like that, and he thinks that Jesus is not even a human being. So later on, you have gospels that like his IP, they like his characters that he introduced, but they start to make him more historical. They start to say that Jesus was born here, and like I said, give contradictory birth stories and genealogies and shit like that. But eventually, they need a way to establish themselves as the authority. So they say these books were written first, and they try to claim apostolic lineage and say, oh, I get my information from this person who knew Jesus. But we don't have any evidence of any of this stuff. We don't have any writings from anybody who says that they knew one of the disciples, let alone knew Jesus.
Okay. I was scanning through this. I have the Epistles of Ignatius. I was trying to see.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I read. It's been a long time since I read this, but I was trying to see. I think he references knowing Paul in this Epistles of Ignatius.
No, they mention Paul, but they didn't say he knows him or anything like that. And not to mention Ignatius. The only reason that people try to bring that up for writings of or for the existence of Paul is because of the fact that Eusebius, an admitted liar in the early 4th century, he says that Ignatius died in about 108 to 110, but no modern historian that doesn't just take Eusebius' word for it puts his death in that time period. They all say he dies from like the 140s to the 160s, with Christian scholar M. David Litva coming out here recently saying that Ignatius' letters date to about 170. We don't get any mention of them until about Irenaeus.
I don't want to hold up your stream while I read this, but I'll look at this stuff.
Yeah. So again, it's honestly, man, it's not even really your fault. Not really. I mean, yeah, you probably should have at some point said, hey, give me the evidence for this kind of stuff. But I'm not even really going to hold you to the fire for that. Ultimately, the problem here is that really good, a really big organization, huge organizations within Christianity, a massive religion, the biggest religion on the planet right now, have retconned and revised history and whitewashed things and changed things and lied and edited and interpolated and everything like that for 1,800 plus years, and then presented you with this, and it looks pretty damn good. It looks pretty polished. And so you think, oh, this is pretty good. But then when you actually start digging into it, it falls the fuck apart. Which is why even those ortho bros and stuff like that would never be able to say that we have any writing that where somebody says, I knew Jesus personally. They don't have that. So when you listen to these people like Dyer and shit like that, like all they're going to do is they're just going to point to like church fathers who they believe are correct when they say, "Oh, this earlier church father who I knew Jesus, or who I knew John," like
Are
that
you
kind of
putting
thing.
stipulations on who can say they knew Jesus?
What?
There are no stipulations on who said they knew Jesus.
No, it's just the fact that no one ever says that they did. That's the thing.
You know,
Like
John called himself the beloved of Jesus. So you're saying John?
No, there's no
John
evidence
said
that
he
that's
didn't know
John.
Jesus?
Scholars, some scholars actually say that that's Lazarus, considering the fact that John was there for the transfiguration in Matthew, Mark,
what
Luke.
Scholar, what mainstream scholar says that he wrote the book of John?
Who? Lazarus?
Yeah, Lazarus. Yeah.
The book of John is not written by the disciple who Jesus loved anyways. It doesn't.
Well, you
It
said
literally
that.
says at the end. It says we know his testimony is true. Like they're just taking some testimony from some guy, and they don't even identify them.
You're the one presenting the evidence. So you're saying John didn't write John. You know this.
It doesn't say
emphatically.
anywhere in there that John didn't write
Does it-
John, or that John did.
When you write a letter, do you write in the letter, "Hey, I'm
My
writing
name?
this letter"?
Yeah, usually I put it at the very end. Do you not? Did you not put a return address at the top of your letter? Do you not put your name at the end of the letter? You just don't fucking do that? That's weird. You just write something to some address and just say some shit? So no one has any idea as to where it's coming from? Is that how you
So
write
the
letters?
So the letters Paul wrote, he didn't write his. You're saying Paul didn't declare that he wrote those letters?
I didn't say that. When did I say that?
Well, I'm saying you're making the case that you make the case that none of the books are written by the people that their names.
It
in the
never
book-
even says. What I'm saying is that for Paul's epistles, we can actually dive in and we can see that they come from multiple authors. Anyways, I mean, Christian scholars are aware of that. That's why they take a look at the 13 epistles that say that they're from Paul and say only 6 or 7 of them are actually from Paul. So even Christian scholars acknowledge that like 6 or 7 of them are fake. But nevertheless,
not necessarily
slow
fake.
down.
Maybe people, not necessarily fake, just maybe people sitting beside him transcribing what he's saying while he's in prison.
Then that wouldn't
or
make any
different
sense.
things
It
like
would
that.
still be the same style. So no, incorrect. Nice try. I respect it, but no. That being
Maybe
said,
they didn't transcribe word for word.
well, then it wouldn't be him, now would it? That being said,
Of course it would. The idea.
no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't because it would still be his style. So, anyways, as far as the Gospels go, that's even worse because it doesn't even say the name of the author. I mean, Paul, even when it says Paul, Christian scholars are like, yeah, but that's not Paul. The Gospels don't even say the name of the author. That's even worse.
I feel like you're cherry picking these small.
Cherry picking what?
Hold on.
What gospel do we have where it says, I am Bliff and I saw Bliff and I am writing this because I saw Bliff?
No, I know. I feel like you were a Christian at one point. Now you choose not to be a Christian for whatever reason.
Yeah,
I don't know
because
if
of
you're a
evidence.
Catholic and
But
got
that being
touched by a
said, what
priest or
kind of
something like that.
what kind of evidence do you have that any of these gospels were written by people who actually knew Jesus?
And then you take these.
Sweet. Don't pivot. What is
very
the evidence you have
no,
that the gospels are written by people who actually knew Jesus?
I was making this point before you started the question. I'll answer
Well,
the question.
no,
just let me
because
make this point.
we were talking about the Gospels, man. I don't give a shit about what you're asking about, like my life. I don't give 2 flying fucks, and I don't think really anybody
nothing
else
about
cares
your
either.
life.
But that being
ain't
said,
nothing about your
no,
life.
it's some kind of commentary on why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's irrelevant
it's
to the
nothing
topic.
about
No, okay, well then just lock in and go right back to the topic that we were talking about, which was whether or not these Gospels are written by people who actually knew Jesus. That's the only reason we're over on this topic right now, or even going on these little tiny rabbit trails.
Because
you keep attacking my character or something like that and saying,
No,
"Oh, you're
it's
just
nothing
you're
about your
just-"
character.
Yeah, but again, just give me the evidence that
okay.
these things are written by these people.
Okay. The thousands of theologians or hundreds of theologians that say they are.
Starting when? Starting when?
I don't know. I don't know.
Cool. Well, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is first introduced as the names by Irenaeus in 180. Do you think that we had people who were walking around with Jesus in 30, wrote down their experiences, and then we don't get a name attached to those until 150 years after Jesus dies? And by the way, Irenaeus also said Jesus lived to be 50. So, I mean, he's clearly an idiot.
Who's an idiot? Me?
Irenaeus. Irenaeus said Jesus lived to be 50, and he gives like a good argument for it. like a decent argument. He lays out his argument and everything for it. How is this even a question if this has been known from the start that he had died roughly around 33 years old? And for the last 150 years, we have the stories of Jesus. How's that possible? Did he leave? No, I think he's just off the app. Are you there? I mean, it looks like your teacup, so you must have hopped off the app or something. On ChatGPT begging for an answer. Please, for the love of God, get me out of here. Hey, he left. If anyone else has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Otherwise, I'm going to be Audi 5000. Blue Strip over there on YouTube says, you're an absolute joke. Actually spelled your correctly. You know what? Your mom would be proud. Invite me. I can't invite you on YouTube. You have to hop over on TikTok. That's perfectly fine. You can come up, Blue Strip. That's not a problem. Just come on up. Over on TikTok, you can either follow the link that is provided in the chat. You can follow the link that's provided on the YouTube profile, or you can just hop onto TikTok and search for Christ Before Jesus, the name of the username, the project, and the book. The book Christ Before Jesus is available to anybody who's interested. The ebook is just $3. It's on Amazon, and it goes over a lot of how we are able to date the New Testament into the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. And that really, unfortunately, it shows a lot of the issues. It kind of flips it over and says, hey, look at all these issues here with the text and how we know that Jesus and Paul never actually existed, because there's a bunch of different problems and everything like that. And it helps explain a lot of the evolution of Christianity, like how they come up with these stories and teachings and stuff like that. And the characters. Yep. A lot of people think that Jesus was maybe a real person, a historical person that becomes deified over time. Like, in other words, people start saying he's God. But instead, he's actually a deity, someone who, the concept of Jesus starts as a God, and over time he becomes historicized. It's just the other way around. That's all that it is. So yeah, the first gospel is published in roughly about 144 by a man named Marcion. His name's Marcion, and his gospel is called Evangelion. It presents Jesus as somebody who is son of God the Father, separate from Yahweh, by the way, who descends out of heaven as a fully grown man down into Capernaum, does miracles, and eventually dies on the cross, not for sins, but to ransom humanity's souls from Yahweh, who Marcion believed to be this cruel, unjust God of the Old Testament. If that sounds very Gnostic, yeah, kinda, because Gnostic is an umbrella term that just goes over everything that's not just what we call the Proto-Catholics. They're in the 2nd century, the group that eventually become the Catholics. They deem everybody else to be heretics, and their books are the ones that we have today in the canon. All the books that are in the New Testament as we have them today, or the Old Testament really, they are the favorite books and edits of said books from the Catholics, or the Proto-Catholics, the people who eventually would become the Catholic Church. That's all that it is. It's not like anti-Catholic per se. It's just that's how it works. You have one particular group that you have one particular sect of Christianity that just beats the other sects of Christianity. There were other sects, definitely. They were considered Gnostic. There was the Docetists. There's Ebionites. There's all over the place. There's the Marcionites. So, just kind of, that's how it goes. Religious Darwinism, more or less. Survival of the fittest. What is going on for Zion?
Hey, what's up, Chris?
Hey.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
What's up, Chris?
Yeah, not a lot. What's going on? What you got?
You're really patient. I appreciate that. I don't know how you deal with these people. I commend you. That's awesome. But anyway, I started reading this book, In Search of Paul. I don't know if you've heard of it or not.
I think I have. Let me see.
Um,
Dominic Crossan. Yeah. I've heard that one. Yeah. Yeah, I at least know Dominic Crossan. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You see my picture?
Yeah, why?
Now, there's a picture of that exact picture in the book, and they found it in a cave in Ephesus, and it's a
Okay.
picture of Paul.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be kind of evidence that Paul existed since he was
Not necessarily. When does it date to?
teaching in Ephesus? I think they said 600 BC. I mean, 8 BCE.
Okay. So from the 7th century or the end of the 6th?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
how would that be evidence of somebody?
I guess it
there were
just
definitely
maybe
Christians
said
by
that
the
it
end of the
was
6th
Paul.
century.
Okay. So that's a picture of Paul then.
I mean, okay. Okay. All right. I don't understand.
Wouldn't that indicate that he existed?
No. There's a later painting or something? I mean, there's later paintings of Hercules. I don't understand. So I pulled it up here. This is actually some information on it. If somebody wants to follow along here, let me go ahead. Give me 1 second here. There we go. Okay, the cave/grotto of Paul and Thecla at Ephesus, which, by the way, this is actually referring to a book that did not make the canon. It's actually maybe slightly Gnostic text. It is actually found in Bart Ehrman's book, The Lost Scriptures. It's called The Acts of Paul and Thecla. So they apparently were some people who kind of hung out with each other quite a bit. Where is it at? Yeah, Acts of Paul, Acts of Thecla. Yep. So there's some stories and whatnot that have him and Thecla kind of going around. You know, Thecla's like it's a man and a woman. Paul and Thecla, they just go around. Blah 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 blah. The point is, excuse me. This text here, it says, on the western wall of the grotto, a painting portrays an event from the apocryphal book called the Acts of Paul and Thecla, from the early 2nd century, or 2nd century is really what it dates to or whatever. The painting comes from the 5th to 6th century is what this says. Depicts an initial event described in the book in the city of Iconium, where Thecla is looking through a window at Paul preaching while Thecla's mother looks on. That's all that it is. So it's from like the 5th to 6th century is what this article is saying. Or what this blog is saying. So, okay. So, yeah. I mean, the
So it's
stories
like
of Paul show up in the
relevant
2nd
then?
century. This would show up about 300 to 400 years later. So, I mean...
Oh, okay. I got you.
Like, I mean, there's Christians at that time, definitely. I mean, hell, but Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire by the end of the 4th century, in the late 4th. So if this is painted after that happens, yeah, everyone's a Christian. They're just fucking painting shit. Like, you know, it's fine. It doesn't prove that Paul existed. It just proves
So you
that
think they're
people existed during that time that knew of Paul and wanted to paint him.
Oh, okay. So that'd be like someone painting a picture of Jesus, even though they never met him.
I mean, later on, I guess, hundreds of years later, it'd kind of be like someone making a movie today of Thor.
Right.
Which we do.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep reading this book and see if I come up with anyone.
Yeah.
anything.
If there's anything else in there, yeah, let me know. I've never read the book, but I know who Dominic Crossan is. John Dominic Crossan, yeah, or was, I guess. I think he died. Pretty sure he died. I don't think he's still alive.
Hey, yo, bro.
One second. I'm trying to figure out if this guy's still alive or not. Oh my God, he's still alive. He's 92 years old. God damn. All right, and he's still doing like videos and shit. Cool. Anyways, but thank you very much for coming up for Zion. If you find anything else in that book, let me know. Let's see. Oh, hey, you're over from YouTube. What's going on? What you got?
Yeah, bro. I gotta ask you a question real quick, man.
Yeah. Dude, I can't hear you when you're off the app. Did you get a call or a text? Okay,
Hey.
you're back, I think.
Hey, go to Luke chapter 3, verses 1 to 2, man.
Okay. Yep. Give me 1 second.
Let me go ahead and get you right real quick.
This is not gonna go well. But all right, we'll do
Crazy.
this. We'll do this. Here we go.
This is the part that Jesus is listed real quick, man.
All right, cool. Yep. In the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, when Pontius Pilate was governor of Judea, and Herod the ruler of Galilee, and his brother Philip, ruler of the region of Iturea and Trachonitis, and Lysanias, ruler of Abilene, during the high priesthood of Annas and Caiaphas, the word of God came to John, son of Zechariah, in the wilderness. What about it? What about it?
Keep going.
Oh, so really quick, already
going,
is hold
man.
up. Already we have a problem because this is, do you know what year this is? Right here? What year does that correspond to? Do you know? Do you know?
Listen.
Hold up.
Hey, listen. The Bible. Hey, listen. The Bible. All right, let me tell you something real quick.
All right,
The
cool.
Bible-
So
the
listen,
Bible
listen.
in
I'm
Matthew
trying
chapter
to.
27, right?
Sweet.
Listen,
I
listen
need
real
you
quick,
to. I
listen
need
real
you
quick,
to give me an
listen real
idea.
quick.
When does this year correspond to? Like, this is the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar.
Listen,
Do you have
the
any idea
Bible
what
in
year that
Matthew
is?
Chapter 27. I bet.
All right, you are now muted. You're going to have to answer some questions really fast just so we know that you even know what you're talking about before you start bringing up some dumb shit. Because nowhere in the Gospel of Luke is it going to give any evidence for Jesus. But sure. But for right now, we're talking about these verses that you told me to go to.
I got you, bro.
So what year is this? Do you know what year this is? In the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar. What year is that to us? Like on the
This is
Gregorian
15th
calendar.
year, nigga.
Well, yes. I understand it's the 15th year.
Tiberius. You know who
Yes.
Tiberius is?
Yes, he's Caesar. When does he
You know
start
he's-
reigning? Do you have any
he
idea?
exiled himself, right?
Do you have any idea when he starts reigning? Any idea?
They chose. Listen, all right, listen. Let me talk.
Jesus
They
Christ,
chose
dude.
Barabbas over Jesus.
Cool.
They chose Barabbas over Jesus. We've seen
Oh
plenty of
my
people
God.
plenty
I
of
don't think
people
this guy's
witness
elevator
Jesus
stops on all the
right there
floors.
In Matthew chapter 27.
We're not in Matthew.
chapter
What are you
27, there's
talking
plenty of
about?
people
Okay,
that seen
slow down.
Jesus. It's
Slow
plenty
down.
of people
Slow
that
down,
seen
man.
Jesus. They saw Jesus, bro, and they whooped him.
Slow
They chose
slow
to
down.
go
Okay.
and crucify him.
All right. I don't want to
Yeah.
mute you again, but you're going to
They
have to
chose
answer.
crucify Jesus.
Okay, you're going to have to answer some questions here. Do you know what year this is referring to here? All right. Well, he's gone.
But you really acting tired right now. You a fucking idiot, man.
Oh, he's gone anyways. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. So, just so we're clear, just in case anybody wants me to finish this fucking point. So, this is corresponding with the year as we know it, 29. 29, because Tiberius Caesar starts reigning in 14. So, in the 15th year of his reign, it would be the year 29. Pontius Pilate was governor of Judea. That's fine. Herod, ruler of Galilee. That's perfectly fine. And his brother Philip, the ruler of the region of Iturea and Trachonitis. That is perfectly fine. Lysanias, this guy dies in 33 BCE. Look it up. I'm not kidding. He dies in 33 BCE. He stops his reign in 36 BCE. 60 years before the rest of this shit is when this guy is supposedly dies. So even when it's trying to be historical, it's still dog shit. It's really, really bad. So yeah. 0000 CE. BC is before. All right. Okay, guys. Now, that being said, unless there's anybody else who wants to come up, I'm going to go ahead and hop off. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Thank you, Hanji. Now, it says year 15. Yeah. Wait, what? It says year 15 of Tiberius. Yeah. Tell YouTube about them puppies. That's funny. Happy Pride Month. Yes. It just started. Oh, we got another person who's coming up. Oh, no, they canceled their request. Yeah, there we go. Wait, okay, hold up. If this person actually...
Yo. Are you gonna speak, bro? Okay, all right, or don't speak. That works too. Why do you think Jesus never existed, though?
How old are you?
It doesn't matter. Answer the fucking question, dude.
You kiss your dad on the lips with that mouth?
Bro, answer the question. Why do you think Jesus is not real? Why do you think he's never existed?
How old are you?
All right, you're just dodging the question.
No, not really. I'd be glad to answer it if you were of age.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it does. You're supposed to be 18 or older to be up here.
All right, you're just dodging the fucking question.
Sweet. Tell your mom I said, hey, kid. All right. Anyways, that being said, yeah, he's definitely in high school. He has no manners. 12 to 14, like Mary was. Or 6, like Aisha. Okay. If there's no other evidence for Jesus or Paul, whatever. If you got any evidence, come on up real fast. We may have somebody. I don't know. I don't know. I've got to hop off, but let me see here. What is going on? Oh. All right. They left. I didn't even get to say anything, but I guess I'll take it.
Flawless victory.
Okay. So, thank you to anybody and everybody stuck around longer than 30 seconds. I think I've already said this, but 35-second gang rise up. And also, peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Here before too terribly long, we're going to have another game night where we play some Kahoot, and hopefully you'll be able to join us. More details to follow. More details to follow. And what we're going to be doing is we're gonna game nights will also have a little bit of an extra kind of flair to them, and this little change, if you will, is that they will be. We're always going to have some kind of a fundraiser there, some kind of a fundraiser that's attached to the game nights. We don't have game nights very often, maybe like once a month or something like that, but definitely going to be helping raise some money to help out a dear friend of mine. And more details to follow there. But that being said, here before too terribly long, we'll have a game night where we play CBJ version of Kahoot. I don't even know what the questions are, so I'm scared of what the answers are, to be honest. But some lovely people in the Discord, Deconstructing Chaos, by the way, they came up with some Kahoot questions, and I am terrified. So. Yeah. Anyways. Shall you be gussied up for the occasion? Maybe. Possibly. Hopefully. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, I know. I know how to say it. Yeah. In Norwegian, yes. Red. Yes. I know that's how you say scared. Tusen takk. But I'm saying like... yeah. Anyway, it was a joke. It was a joke. Beklager. Jeg er ikke morsom. But anyways, I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints, and I will see you guys later. All right, so I've ended the live for the people on TikTok, but it's still going on YouTube. Thank you, by the way, over there on YouTube for watching. You guys get a little bit of special privileges because I'm still technically talking to you guys here. Ooh, yeah, behind the scenes. Ooh, yeah. But anyways, thank you very, very much for hanging out over there. You guys are fucking nuts. Like, you guys are crazy. I don't understand you guys. Like, it's... Every one of you is just absolutely mad. I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on. But happy to have you here. Happy to have you here. Here before too terribly long, and do not fret. Here before too terribly long, YouTube is going to give me the option because you guys are crazy, and so I need like a pretty good filter, and the filter is going to be super chats. So eventually, if you send super chats, I will read them out loud on the live. So please be careful what you put in there. Please, for the love of Darwin, be careful what you put into the super chats. But nevertheless, I'll be reading them once they become available. So I will see you guys out. See you guys later. See you guys around YouTube and TikTok. See you guys later.